before too long, you will have a completely compliant group, and you'll never have someone making posts that get your organization or you or our company in trouble. And those of us who have been around it for a long time, we kind of know the rules, but we also, many of us, self included, have fallen into the trap of pushing the envelope sometimes. And so here, this post is very high risk. Earnings claim. The phrase make 100 million per month is highly deceptive and misleading, as it presents an unrealistic earnings claim without any substantiation. Such exaggerated income claims violate FTC guidelines on earnings claims and can mislead consumers into believing they can achieve extraordinary financial success without evidence to support these claims. And so now I can come right over here, update post as suggested. Boom, there it is. The post is good to go. And now I can click share. It will copy the link for me. It'll post it right to wherever I want it to go, or I can copy and paste the link and put it where I want. Okay, folks, we have now invested, not spent. We have invested an hour. An hour is how much time I had for this session. I'm going to do this again tomorrow, and again the next day, and again the next day, until such time as I'm satisfied that there's a general awareness of how to use the system. Tomorrow's content, no doubt, will have some similarity. It will result in me responding to questions that I'm sure that I will get, and it will result in me providing more information based upon the things that I learned today as a result of my participation in it. Now, to tighten it up all again, remember that we had a separate login. We logged in to this site. We logged into my.app.getlev.ai. That's where we started. If we, in fact, want to go to our back office, then we click here. See right down at the bottom left? Then we click on back office. When we click on back office, it leads us here. And here we will now have a separate login to our back office. And so this is not difficult. Will it be a little bit easier when all of a sudden we have it all under one roof? Yes. But this is like a really, really, really modest inconvenience. And so now here we're back in the back office.
Hey,
by the way, you guys all know that I like full disclosure. And so far, what are we seeing right here? If we come in here and we take a look at what's generating commissions, then we can see, boom, boom, come on. Okay, so here we have, if we look at weekly commissions, then here we can see what? Here we see all of these. These are simply, so I have 18 personally enrolled people in this account who this month so far have activated their account.
When this is done, we'll watch
when
more
they
Randy.
activated it, in each case, these people spent $100. When they spent $100, it created a $30 commission. If we see a 15 down here somewhere, that will be someone who acted. There we go. This is one who activated the basic pack instead of the pro pack. You say, wait a minute, Randy, it's 30. And I thought that the direct sales commission was 50. No, it's always been taught. The direct sales commission is $30 and we earn a first month unilevel. And so now you come up here and it's talking about these earnings. We're seeing first the weekly earnings. And so the weekly earnings include $510 in direct sales commissions and the weekly unilevel, right? The direct sales commission is 30 on the big pack and the team commission is 20, aggregating 50, but it's two separate items. And the ongoing unilevel is paid monthly. And so what you see here in the commission screen is what? It shows us the customer acquisition bonus and the weekly unilevel. That's not the same as monthly unilevel. When a person buys the package, $30 is paid immediately in direct sales commission and a weekly unilevel bonus is paid of 20% wherever that person is placed. If it's sold on your first generation, you get the 20%. If it's placed under somebody else, they get the 20%. And so if we want to look at the monthly, then it shows us that so far the monthly accrual of unilevel earnings is $278, right? And so we have the weekly accrual.
It sounds like a frog.
The weekly accrual is $316. Why? Because that is the second part of what you've thought of as the $50 direct sales bonus. That's actually 30 direct sales, 30 first month team commission. That is paid out weekly. The ongoing monthly unilevel is reflected here. Okay, now this is reflective of a company that went live yesterday. These are tiny, tiny numbers. They're not big numbers. I, of course, realize that. It is reflective of our company being open right now in 2 nations for a few hours, and the vast majority of people really not having any clue of what they've got their hands on yet. Over the course of the next 10. And by the way, you'll always see, always every step of the way, there is never a time when I am not absolutely, completely transparent and willing to show you everything, every step of the way. There's never a time when that is not. That will always be true. Okay, folks, I've got a little boy I've got to go pick up from school. I of course cannot know what kind of content you were hoping to hear today. I delivered to you the content that I thought was most appropriate based upon my experiences since yesterday when I started actually playing in the back office. It'll be a handful of days, not very many more, until you will each begin loading the
We're
content
falling.
into your digital clone. And my greatest, please, encouragement, I'm begging you all, you get the chance, you get to decide how effective are your AI solutions by the depth and breadth of content you load into it. Let it be that we invest the next few days doing that, loading that content into it, and poke and
We're
prod
falling
around and poke and
again.
prod around. Write down your questions and bring them to me in advance of this next session. Questions you have that arise from this session or questions that you have that were not contemplated here, please send them to my email. The hill is steep. The hill, we're going to climb a hill. The hill is steep at gmail.com. THEHILLISSTEEP at gmail.com. Send me any questions you have that
Send them your
arise from
questions,
this
guys.
conversation or questions that were not addressed that you'd like to have addressed tomorrow. I've not yet determined what time tomorrow, but I'll announce that before the night is done. There will be ongoing daily training sessions until we have a general awareness of how the tech is being utilized. And of course, we have the major global rollout on Monday that will result in a whole lot more need for first iterations of these discussions. Please know, folks, I'm your greatest advocate. I'm your biggest cheerleader, and anything I can do to help in a tangible way I want to. I am going to go get Bosco from school. God bless you all, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Oh, my Lord. When I first logged on here, Randy was going, it won't let you say that you want to make $1 million a month. It was kind of funny. Good times, good times. I feel like Randy's probably going to give us the same sort of presentation that he just gave us yesterday. Yesterday, he was very excited that LEV.AI had launched in Canada and the US. And I felt like we didn't hear enough from him. You know, we didn't hear enough from Randy. I need to see how excited Randy is for this launch, you know? I really do. A steep hill, yeah. Hey, Mr. Level. It's a very professional camera setup. I love how we're always looking up his nose. It's wonderful. It's a great, great angle. This one, a little bit better, a tiny bit. We're not looking up as much, but, you know, he still hasn't really gotten the camera angle down. But this is Randy in his pink shirt. So he did this and uploaded it. And then I think that we just watched this video, basically.
Once again, welcome each one of you for being here today. We are here to talk about a company called LEV.AI. It is literally being birthed as we speak. And it is something more than a company. This is a concept. This is, in fact, the future in your hands. We launched this company last night in the USA and Canada. Today will be the final one of this type of presentation. We'll begin demonstrating technology more. We'll begin showing tangible things. Today, I'm going to do a training for those of you who are noticing.
I love how he's like, right now, I'm not going to be showing you anything tangible, though. One day in future, we will be showing you tangible things. This is, I promise, our last bullshit presentation.
And participating. That will happen at 4 o'clock Eastern time, and we'll describe how to utilize those parts of the process that were introduced last night. By the way, our company launched last night officially in the United States and Canada, and this coming Monday, we will launch in the balance of the world. LEV.AI, that stands for Leveraging Artificial Intelligence. The concept is to bring accessible artificial intelligence to the entire planet. And when I say to bring accessible artificial intelligence to the planet, let's contemplate that just a little bit more. I reflect back on the early 1980s when I saw the first computer. A friend of mine named Andy Kay was the founder of one of the early computer.
I think it's a little bit manipulative. Like, I don't feel like he tells everyone that Blake is his son. They kind of said it I believe it was the first time that Blake showed up, but then they haven't mentioned it since. And I just think that, you should let people know. It's like, of course, Randy's going to be promoting this. It belongs to his son. He's not going to come on here and tell you this thing isn't transparent, these products suck. Like, to me, it's like, I can't believe him as much, especially when it seems like they're not being open about that right now.
Companies. And he said, Randy, the day will come when every desk has one of these boxes on it. And I couldn't see it. So I used a computer, but I didn't become a conduit to other people's use. A few years later, the advent and widespread adoption of the internet was very similar. And I used the internet, but I couldn't see that there would be a global mandate that everyone.
Do you understand why Marty likes this guy, though? Does it kind of make sense? Like, they're similar. They're similar in some ways in terms of how they approach talking about their businesses. Like, he's now going on this big rant telling us his entire history with technology. That's very Marty-esque. It really is, though. By the way, I've gotten news that Marty is recovering. He has lost some more weight. He is starting to do better. He is sleeping again. So that is all good things. And we want that to keep continuing. We want him to get better.
One adopt. Those two lessons prepared me differently for this.
I'd like him to get better and then leave the MLM industry so that he doesn't have to be connected to any of this crap and can go enjoy his life. But, one thing at a time.
For this moment in time, each of us now determine
in a country called Africa.
Will we use AI?
But Africa is a country now. Especially on this channel. Africa is a country. I love it. I love it. We were late too. It's okay. We only caught the last 10 minutes of Randy's live presentation. I was very late to the party. But we're watching his from earlier because apparently we really needed 2 today.
In our business.
Might be the same
one. Will we use
one.
AI in our business only, or will we also use AI?
He says it's not the same one. I don't think it's the same one, but we need to see this one. This is his last ever presentation where he's not showing us anything tangible.
As a business, there is no question of whether we will use AI in our business. Everyone will. It is a global mandate, just as computerization and the use of the internet are. We will all use AI in our business. The question is, will we also make a business out of helping other people?
Should we tell them that people have been using AI in their businesses since the 80s, or should we just leave it? We'll just leave it.
Have accessible AI? That really is the question today. And the answer to either question is a resoundingly positive answer. We can help you build your business. We can help you also create a business by being a conduit to the utilization of this service to other people. I'm thrilled to note that my son Blake is the president of the company, not because I hired him. I could not. I don't have that authority. Blake, however, deserves the role. He was raised in the home of an entrepreneur, my home. He is an attorney. He has built large businesses on a global scale, has lived in Portugal, Brazil, Israel, and the United States. Has been the CEO of publicly traded companies with enterprise value measured in the billions of dollars. He successfully guided a company called Medical Marijuana, incorporated through the end of the prohibition of cannabis. And
I want to see Randy. This is his celebration of them launching.
Non-compete agreement recently expired, making him eligible to guide our company into the future. And as we go on, I'll also talk a little bit about the hows and whys, this unique possibility to be at the genesis, at the outset of the foundation of an extraordinarily important initiative, and yet not suffer the risks typically a part of
a lot of buzzwords.
That is due to and owing to the ownership and the extraordinary financial capabilities of the company and to its assembly of management. We'll talk about that more as we go along. I remember when I first began investigating and sticking my toe into the waters of artificial intelligence, I was so fascinated by it because I heard statements being made by people that were obviously very bright, but they were statements that I just couldn't wrap my arms around. Sundar Pichai, the CEO of Google, said that AI is more profound than fire or electricity or anything we've done in the past. I mean, can you imagine that? This is a very, very bright man saying that AI is more profound than fire or electricity or anything that we've done in the past. That is why we all need to understand that this cannot be considered a continuation of our careers. It is not. This is a complete inflection point. It is a shift. That which was not possible in the past is possible in the future. That which was not possible in the past now becomes possible in the present as a result of launching this company, at least domestically and in Canada last night. And you'll understand as we go on how and why that is such a remarkable possibility for
I
each of
can't
us.
wait.
And here another one of these most intelligent people, Demisa Sabas, the head of HeadMind, saying the difference here with artificial intelligence is it's going to be 10 times bigger than the Industrial Revolution and maybe 10 times faster. These are some bizarre statements, aren't they? But if we contemplate from whence
Maybe
the
we'll do on
statement
passive
comes,
after
from the
this.
type of individual making those statements, then there is a bit of veracity to it. In fact,
We're
a
making a
lot.
big stream
So
today.
once again, let us all
Why
recognize that
not?
this is not a continuation of our career. This is one of those rare moments in the development of a culture and society. It's a moment like the Industrial Revolution. But
I didn't make a thumbnail for this. I barely named it. I just kind of went live, something that I don't do that often. I usually at least plan it out a few hours in advance. So this stream can be whatever we want it to be going forward. But I do really want to see Randy like celebrating. I don't know why, but Randy is becoming almost as much fun to me as Ash Mufara is, because he talks a mile a minute, which as do I, so I can keep up with it. But he's so fascinating. There's just something about him. It's almost like the same thing where like he's a slightly better spoken, I would say. I don't think it's fair to put him on this exact same. I feel like he does speak a little better and does at least make more sense when he's talking than Ash does. But it's almost like they say these like random buzzwordy weird things. And you're like, where did he get that from? Like, what is that? Like, where did he hear this expression from? You know? And then he'll tell like random stories like Marty. It's like if you took Ash and Marty and put them together, you would have Randy here in a way. There's just something about him that I'm like, this guy's kind of fascinating. He's hopped from MLM to MLM to MLM, you know? So then we've got a lot of that going on. Launching day was actually yesterday. They launched yesterday. At 5 p.m. Eastern, they went live. They did a stream last night that I stream sniped. It was at like 10 p.m. though. See, that's the issue with this one, is that they go live at 10 p.m. until 11 p.m. And I'm like done with my day by then mostly. So sometimes I record them, but they post them up. So it's, I just like to get the Zoom view. But then they had their big celebration at 10. So we caught that yesterday. And then Randy was live. So we caught the last little bit of his live today. But then I realized that he had celebrated earlier today. So that's what we're doing now. It was funny because during the live last night, people were in the comments and they were asking questions. And I tried to show them all on the screen as we were going through. I'm sure I missed one or two, but we tried to get all of them. And like they were already having issues. Like people were like, okay, so I went and I paid, but then I went in my back office and like nothing is back there. Like I'm supposed to have like commission already from buying in. I'm supposed to have commission from bringing a team in. I know I have some people that signed up too under me. What's going on? And then they were like, oh, well, you have to log into this other area. It was great. Great fun. So, Queen, even though they seem to have launched a product, you're saying there will be a rug pull and they'll move to a new... Yes. We've already followed Randy and Larry Lane from Neolife to Talk Fusion and now to this. All the same people, guys. We've been following these guys for a little while. And that's why I kind of like, I think I'm hooked to it now. Because I'm like, no, we've been watching these guys scam at a few of them in a row at this point. Like, I think this is just what they do. I'm convinced that that's their game. And so it would also make sense that maybe that would be appealing to Marty. you know, because that he kind of wants to be like Randy and Blake. So I understand what got him to switch over other than getting kicked out of On Passive. Like this is basically On Passive 2.0, except their CEO talks better and makes sense when he speaks. Because you can't say Blake like doesn't make sense when he's speaking. Like, you know what he's saying. It's still all MLM buzzwords and bullshit in that sense. But I'm not walking away going, I have no clue what I just listened to for the last 5 hours. Like when I'm listening to Ash Mufara, you know, I at least know what I've watched. It's all perfect, of course. No whiff of instructions to not buy multiple positions with the same credit card. Technically, like, I don't even think that they've launched their product. Come to think of it, like, oh my God, I have like a stitch that's just hanging in my mouth right now, and it's driving me bonkers as I'm trying to talk to you guys today. I just had to get that off my chest. Keeps moving around. I can like feel it. It's just so annoying. They're supposed to be like disposable, dissolvable, or whatever. Just go. Leave my mouth already. But I don't think they've actually launched it. See, right now it's just the memberships that you're buying. So you're buying the $49 membership or the $99 membership, and then that's your buy-in, right? And you're supposed to get the AI dude that you can converse with and that twin. They're separate products because, well, come on, we want to cash in as much as we can. This is an MLM here. We're going to split up the products, you know? That's what they do. They split something that could be one product into 7 products just so that they could charge you for it 7 times instead of once. And so you're supposed to get these things, but right now they haven't released them. It sounds like it's just them that are using them. Like Randy's out here today all like, I've been playing around with the product, but it's not in the back office for everyone. So the product's been released for Blake and Larry and Randy to have fun with. But I'm pretty sure all of the people that have bought into this thing are still kind of sitting in the back office going, where's my products? You know? I don't think they've set up even like the website that you're supposed to get. I don't believe they've turned on the targeted traffic. Otherwise, Randy would have made a lot more than $800 so far. You would think anyway, being at the top of this thing. So I think that they're all just kind of waiting. Like I said, it really is like On Passive 2.0, where they're all joining. It's all going to be the next big tech thing, and it's launching soon. The only difference between this and On Passive is that we have actually seen demos of the products. So, like, do these products exist? More of a chance, yeah. And I can tell you that the AI twin thing can translate into languages, and they make your facial expressions really weird. Because with that one, they tell you to upload a photo of yourself. I think that might have been their mistake. I think that's the problem, because when you use a photo, like, it doesn't do the proper facial expressions, you know? It just kind of guesses what the facial expressions would be based on the wording that you're using. So, like, when Larry has his done up, and he's like talking about how excited he is for the products, it shows him with like these wide eyes, and like he looks like a crazy person. And it's because it's like trying to guess the facial expressions. It knows less about facial expressions than I do with my autism. So it's like I don't know if that was the best choice. We need to figure out how to do that with a video, I think, if you want the best results with that. But I can tell you that does exist. It is being in use by at least these 3. So they're further than On Passive. You know, at least we can give them that. Slightly better than that Clown Ash. Slightly better. trying to catch it with your tongue. It's like really long and it's like hanging. I think it's like on its way out of my mouth, and it's driving me nuts. Every once in a while, it like hits off of my tongue. Hello, salami. Good to see you. I feel like I have a salami in my mouth right now. Everyone went to the dirty place with that, didn't they? Yes, they did. I bet they know their server will catch on fire. AI sets laptops on fire. Yep. I am building an AI on my little garbage computer, and it is a heater for the whole floor. I believe that. My computer heats up like crazy. If you know how to fix that, tell me. You saw Spencer's video? Yes, I did. Spencer's video. He did a new video. Maybe we can react to his video. I don't think he would copyright strike me for reacting. Maybe we can do that. That would be fun. It'd be fun to react to someone I like on here for once. Found Randy's house on Google Earth, 5 million mansion in Utah. I believe it. It's got to be such a weird feeling being so rich, but knowing deep down that you got it in a way that nobody... See, that's why I can't do that. Right? It's like, it's dirty money. I call that dirty money. You don't want to make anything with dirty money. Listen, all right, I was a crazy, crazy person in my 20s. I've had my years of making dirty money. I know all about hustling and dirty money. And I'm telling you, you never feel as good buying something with the dirty money as you do buying something with nice, clean, hard-earned money. You just don't, you know? And I'm not surprised because the man literally just jumps from ML. It's almost like he finds MLMs when they're starting. Because I don't know if Blake started this. We still need to like research this a little bit more and really get to the nitty gritty of like how this came to be. But I don't think that Blake started it, but it's almost like they find these MLMs when they're just starting out. They know that they're not going to last. So they jump in, they bring their team with them. So they're immediately put into the position at the top because they come with a whole bunch of people, you know, and that just kind of pushes you up to the top of the pyramid automatically. And then everyone does the buy-in. And then right before the thing crashes, these guys peace out. And they go to the next one. And I'm like, I swear to God, that's how that they've just made their money for the last 20 years. Just by doing that. That is like literally like ridiculous to me. That you could make a living just on buy-ins of scamming people. Like, that's insane. Why would you want to do that? First of all, icky. But it's just like, imagine, that's your career. Like, how do you tell people what you do for a living? Like, when you're out and about or you're at like a party or something, you know, and people are like, so what do you do for a living? Are you like, I hop from MLMs, make a bunch of money when people buy in, and then just before the scam crashes, I leave and then go off to the bank? Like, how do you explain this to people? Do you just tell them whatever MLM you're in at the time? And then if you go to 10 parties of theirs, they're wondering why every single time they see you, you have a new fucking job? Like, I'm like, what does that look like? Because I've never done that. I did 2 MLMs back to back. And that was too many for me. I was pretty much done after the first one. I was like halfway into being anti-MLM. But, you know, Sensi was the safe MLM. Even to the anti-MLM people, Sensi was the safe MLM. At that time, there were even anti-MLM people that were like, I still buy my Sensi. I still use my Sensi warmer. And it was like, oh, okay, well, this one must be fine. Don't fall for that. But, like, I don't know how you could do that to people and then, like, be in society and be, like, okay with yourself and what you do. And, like, I just don't get it. You must just be around other people like you, which that sounds like hell to me. Just a whole room of narcissists. That's my worst nightmare right there. And that's probably half the rooms I've been in my life. When you were making dirty money, did you have... No, I never made money with my body. No. But I did used to hustle. I did used to sell a lot of stuff. My ex used to steal stuff, and then we would sell it. He used to steal from the stores, and then we would sell it. That was dirty money. When I was in the worst of my addiction, I used to deal pot. I was never really the dealer. I was usually dating the dealer. I was that girl. You know? So I know what dirty money versus clean money. I do. I told you guys, I have a past. I've never ever hid the fact that I've had a past. It's my journey, you know? I went through my 20s. I was early into having my mental health issues, which I struggled with my whole life. And I was looking for ways to, I don't know, get dopamine hits, deal with my trauma. And I did it in all the wrong ways that you could do it. Every single wrong way that you could do it, I've probably done it that way 10 times. And then I hit, you know, my 20s, started going into my mid-20s. And I don't know, something just like clicked. Like, I can't even explain it. It was a few things going on in my life at that time. And then, I don't know, just all of those things together just kind of clicked. And it was like I woke up out of a haze I was in. Like, literally, that's what it was like. And I, like, started to get sober, and then I was sober. And then it was like, oh my God, there's a whole world out here. And I need to actually deal with all these things now that I'm sober. I can't hide from them anymore. What the fuck? And then it was another mental breakdown because that was a lot. Then I went through several years of doing well. And then I had another mental breakdown. And then I found out I had autism and that I was actually that's why I keep getting burnt out. And I was like, oh, wow, everything makes sense now. And here I am a few years later doing great. MLM sounds like salami in the other end. It does. It does. You're royally getting fucked by everyone above you. The whole time. That's all it is. Especially with these guys. I can't trust them. I'm like, how long do you guys think we have? Like maybe a month? Do you think this one will actually take off and then they'll stay here for longer than a few months? We should maybe start taking bets. We literally should maybe start taking bets on like how long they're going to stay here for. Because I don't know if we'll be here next year talking about LEV.AI. It'll be some other scam they're doing.
And faster. It's a moment like the advent of computerization, but it's now. And it's a moment like the advent of the world net, of the internet, but it is now. And
I don't know, Violet. I might do it one day. I did start writing a book about my life when I was an addict. And I'm not even joking. I used to like get high by myself and then spend like 8 hours on ecstasy just writing. True story. That was how I spent my years of being 19 and 20.
And you get a chance to choose. Will you use the technology in your business, or will you also make a business out of the technology by being a conduit to other people's use? Those are our choices. LEV.AI makes it simple for entrepreneurs to launch, market, and grow businesses. I'm going to help you understand in a couple of minutes why it doesn't just make...
I'm weird and I like a challenge. I would find it very boring if everything was done for me all the time. Like even like sometimes when Danny's like doing research on the AI, I'm like, I don't know if I'd want to do this. I like actually seeking out the information. That's the fun part to me. Like, I like challenging myself in those ways, and I just find it so weird that our world is so, like, done for you. You don't have to do anything. You don't even have to think. You could just go through your whole life going, duh, and never have to feel anything. Like, it's so weird to me. I just had to get that off my chest, too, I guess. They're always, like, simple, done for you. I'm like, well, maybe I want to work, okay? Maybe I like working. Maybe it makes me feel good to like get down and dirty and get greasy into a car engine, all right? Maybe I like that kind of thing. But I don't want it all done for me. Like what would that life be like? You're just sitting around and everything's done for you? That sounds boring.
It's simple. It makes possible so many things which up
Boring.
until now would have been impossible
Hello,
for the vast
Baron.
majority of small business owners, solopreneurs, sidepreneurs, entrepreneurs. LEV.AI makes it simple for entrepreneurs to launch, market, and grow businesses. There's a host of problems that are solved by this suite of tools contained inside what we call the LEV.AI solution. Today, as people are becoming increasingly aware of the absolute necessity of becoming knowledgeable, conversant, becoming effective in the utilization of AI. Notice I said becoming effective in the utilization. Artificial intelligence is a tool. It doesn't do anything by itself. It does what it's taught and told to do. It is a tool. A shovel is a tool. You can dig a ditch with a shovel.
You're a
Backhoe
tool.
is a tool. You can dig a lot bigger ditch a lot faster with a backhoe. The question is, what is the nature of the tool that you use, and what is your your measure of skill in using the tool?
I am sassy tonight. I won't even hide it. I'm in a mood today. I've had a day.
And it's also important to note that
my mind has not been with me today. I don't know where it went. It like left and went somewhere, and everything that I've tried to do today, except for this so far, has been a wreck. And unless this has also been a wreck. Maybe I'm crashing out right now and we just don't know.
Until this moment, there has not been a singular tool that would satisfy the needs of most small business owners in the effort to introduce AI, artificial intelligence, into their business building practices. They unfortunately,
that used to be in a meme in our community. I don't know if you were here for that or not, Salami. Those were the old 2020 days.
Actually, as of until yesterday, had to acquire a group of different tools, each with its own subscription, each with its own cost, none of which unfortunately communicated very well one with another. And so the promise of AI has not begun in any way, shape, or form to become realized. Sundar Pichai says it's more profound than fire or electricity or anything we've done in the past. Well, the current results of those people using AI are not more profound than fire or electricity. They're not bigger than the Industrial Revolution. So here comes LEV.AI, a catalyst to cause that group of individual ingredients to coalesce into one. If one has a catalyst ingredient in a loaf of bread, well, then the loaf rises. If one does not, it's a group of ingredients that don't function very well. Here we are. LEV.AI is the catalyst ingredient to bring together that group of confusing and complicated tools, making it a solution that is not just palatable, but delightful in all respects. The solution. LEV.AI, remember again, the name LEV.AI, that's the name of a company. The concept is to bring accessible artificial intelligence to the masses of humanity.
Days are weird. I have them every once in a while. It's like, I just can't focus, you know? But then I have to be kind to myself and be like, well, you do have a messed up brain and 3 mental health disorders that stop you from focusing. So, you know, that might be some of the problem. And then you just get through it.
Let's talk about that for a second, bringing accessible artificial intelligence to the masses of humanity. Today on planet Earth,
he doesn't take a breath. This man talks for 40 minutes straight. And I'm like, when does he breathe? Even I have to shut up sometimes to just be like, you know, like when does he do that?
Approximately 8 billion people. What percentage of them do you suppose use computers? That's the percent who will use AI.
This is not how you figure
85% of that transformation will take place in the next 4 to 5 years. This then is one of the most critical moments.
See, like it's very similar to what Ash said about On Passive. And the way that Ash and the other O founders used to kind of promote On Passive with the whole like, oh, how many people use the internet and how many people in our world use computers. And that's how many customers we're going to get, apparently, because that's how that works, according to all these companies. Like, it's very similar, not only in the products, but the themes that they talk about is very similar. The only thing that these guys haven't done yet is say that they're going to, like, save all of humanity with their AI. They haven't quite jumped into that culty territory yet. But I mean, give it time if they stay.
Of our business and personal careers if we choose to make it so. It will simply roll past it if we don't choose to become a catalyst in causing that which was destined to occur more quickly. Why is it so profound? It is so profound because we actually have the ability to eliminate two of the greatest obstacles that have stood between small business becoming not quite so
Probably.
small. We actually eliminate the barriers of geography, we eliminate the barriers of time, and we eliminate
That's the only thing that explains it, Violet, because I'm like, this man just talks.
the barriers of communication. That is why this is not simply an extension of what you've done in the past. That is
Right?
why this is an inflection point. It's more profound than fire, electricity, or anything we've done in the past.
Oh my God.
Removes barriers that make people feel stuck. You'll understand that with clarity in just a
Can you really say that? Do you think, hold on, do you think that AI is up there with us discovering fire or electricity? I don't know if we can say that. I could say that about the internet as a whole was, like an invention to that extent. But I feel like AI is not there yet. Every time that AI tries to take off, there's always like an issue where it doesn't happen. It comes in phases, and we kind of talked about the history of AI and how it has like boomed a few times already in the past, but then it just kind of like doesn't take off all the way. And I'm kind of wondering if that's going to happen again here. We've already talked about, too, how a lot of people are talking about the ethics issues with the environment. So that there's a pushback already. So I'm kind of like, I don't know if AI is as revolutionary as you are saying it is. And I don't think that it is up there with all of our greatest discoveries. I wouldn't go that far. I think that's a bit much. AI doesn't beat the discovery of the epidural, right? Like it's like, let's not put it up there yet. I think AI is like a second opposable thumb on your hand. So you count to 6 on one hand. And then what kind of baseball pitch can you throw in sports? We don't know yet. That's fair. That's fair, right? I think that what you do with AI very much depends on the user, as we're finding out. Some people use it for good, some people use it for bad. And that's some of the fear of it, is that it's going to get into the wrong hands. And that always kind of resurfaces anytime that AI has one of these kind of booms where everyone's like, yay, AI again. And I just don't know if this is the one that's going to keep it around, I just don't. Especially if we keep getting these scammers. They might turn people off even more.
Moment and removes the fear of failure by helping people not fail anymore. There are a series of things that would cause a person to feel stuck. One can, well, let's just quickly identify what each of these concepts are, and then we'll address each one individually, concisely. We will address online presence and consistency, the ability to do something more with a CRM or customer relationship management tool, the ability to eliminate outsourced expenses to build and maintain websites, what I consider to be perhaps the most important, and what's most important to each person will be dependent upon their life's experience.
But hold on, you just said it would eliminate the expenses of building and having your own website, but don't you have to pay for the website here? So like, is it really? Like if I have to pay $99 for a membership, and then on top of that I have to pay for the website, in most cases, wouldn't I be paying more for my website with LEV.AI then? Like if I was to just go with any other like where you just pay for your website? I don't know. I feel like you could probably get a website for like $100 a year instead of $100 a month. I I don't know if you are saving money. They all say that, like they're grouping them all together and you're getting a membership, but then they all charge for each product on top of that. So I'm not sure how it's going to go here. There's a ton of affordable monthly website builders with AI included, and there you go. And that's what I mean. Like, even if the website's included, you're paying $99 a month or $49 a month. I think the website's included in that one. It might not be. Hardly anything is, but I believe that the website is included in the 49. But I feel like you could get that way cheaper. I do. I really do. That sounds expensive to me. I miss free O-mail and O-trim. Right? That's what they need.
My life experience indicates that there are so many people who don't accomplish their goals, not because they do that which is required, but do it poorly, but because they don't do that which is required. The ability to have a constant guide back to what I call the center line, it is a measurable worth. And we will even introduce to each member of the organization an ability to interact with candidates who have asked to receive information as opposed to you having to provide the information. Certainly,
Okay.
this will be a tremendous benefit in the movement from the reactivity of employment to the proactivity of entrepreneurship foremost. And so let's look at each one quickly.
Wait, there's a movement? Now there is a movement. I spoke too soon. There's a movement. Okay. Join the movement today. Now, if it was a robot who could fill out my lease renewal still sitting on my desk, yes, that would be progress. It would. I just want a robot that does my dishes and doesn't short circuit because of the water, you know? That would be nice. You can find affordable people to work for you on Fiverr, however you say that, and do your projects in AI. Not all India is scammers. No, not all India is scammers at all. Do not think that all of India is scammers whatsoever. Unfortunately, in places like India, there aren't as many laws to prevent scammers, and there aren't as many consumer protection laws there. And that is why we see a higher amount in those areas. It's not that all of India is scammers or that people of India are more prone to scamming than people in the US or anything like that. Nothing like that at all. It's literally just people go there to scam. Same with like going to Dubai to scam because the laws aren't as strict, so they won't get in as much trouble. A lot of the scammers in India aren't even from there. They come from other places. A lot of the scammers out there are American. Like, let's be real. The most scammers in the world are American from the US and Canada. Like, for real, though. I know that India has a very, very bad reputation because, as I said, since they don't have the protections, it's easy to set up a scam call center there. Since they don't have the same labor laws, assholes that want to run sweatshop-like businesses where they pretty much kidnap people in call centers, forcing them to call and scam people, which is a very big thing in these areas. They choose these places, they go there, and then they mistreat the people in these places. And it's because they don't have anywhere to go. They don't have the laws to protect them. That's what it usually is. More so than it is people in those areas scamming. And there's been many times where I have been watching scam baiters like Kit Boga, Scammers Payback, all of them, where literally the scammer in many cases has been like, I don't even want to do this. I am forced to do this. I am in a situation that is bad. Like, it's a known thing. It's the same with any sweatshops, really, and any kind of sex trafficking rings. Like, they go to those places because unfortunately the laws aren't as good there as they are if you were to try to open one of those places here in the US and Canada. And by the way, many are open here in the US and Canada. We aren't free from them. Don't think you're better. You get in a lot more trouble. There is a higher chance of the RCMP or the FBI busting down your door and being like, what the fuck is going on here? So that's why they do them in other areas. That's really what it is. What we need to do, all of us as a community, all of us that speak out about scams, is we need to put pressure on these areas to do better for the people that live there and protect the consumers better in those areas. If they would have stricter labor laws and they would actually care more about consumer protection and have laws in terms of that, and if they would open up some regulatory agencies that actually did what they were supposed to do out there, it could get cleaned up. It's just, we need the people to also want it as bad, right? I'm over here in Canada. I can't do much to change your laws. I can help, but we need people in these areas to kind of step up and lead the cause and do what needs to be done to change the laws. Like myself and Julie, Marco, there's a bunch of people here in Canada that are doing whatever we can to change laws here. There's a bunch of people in the US doing whatever they can to change the laws there. We got people in New Zealand. We have people in Australia. We need more people in places like the country of Africa and India. We do. That's kind of what I think we need to start doing as a community, is trying to rally with people in these other areas and say, okay, what needs to be done to help clean up these areas and protect the people that live here from these scams and from other people coming in and running these awful call centers and other stuff that they got going on. Because let's be real, sometimes the call centers is the nicest thing that they have running. And believe it or not, a lot of these MLMs are attached to trafficking rings, to organized crime, to the cartel, to all kinds of crazy organized crime stuff. We need to stop it. That's what needs to be stopped. And we need to stop it, where it's happening. Some of the best people I know are from India. That's right. Every one of my instructors is from India, and I think those AI guys are rock stars. And I bet you all of them would watch these presentations and be like, what are these guys talking about? They don't know anything. Movement sounds very like a community of like-minded individuals working towards a path of enlightenment to uplift humanity, right? India wants the scammers out too, right? It's the government that we need to go after and say, hello, what are you doing? Why don't you care about your people more? What's going on? Hello, want to protect them a little bit better? That's where the change needs to happen. And unfortunately, there isn't a very big anti-scam community out there. It's starting to grow. It's starting. We'll get there. But that's kind of the point of our movement, if you will, of speaking out about these things, is also to kind of get other people in other areas to join us. We want that 100%. We all need to get together, all of us from every country, even the country of Africa, and really try to change the laws everywhere to protect everyone better. You got to do what you can. That's really all you can do. QNet, we're kidnapping people and forcing them to work their MLM. Yes. Yep, exactly. They literally force them to. It's not. So, even these people that are scamming out of these call centers, a lot of times, they don't want to be doing that. They're not waking up every day like, I can't wait to go to work and scam. It's awful. But lobbying, yeah, I know. See, and that's the thing. That's the problem, isn't it? All of those calls have been recorded for machine learning for years. Then all incoming calls from scammers will be AI. Call centers will naturally die soon. Scammer call servers can host anywhere. In one way, that's a good thing because, of course, then there's less actual victims. In another way, it's a bad thing because that means that they could do more scams. It sucks. We never seem to win. There's labor trafficking in China too. They like TikTok. Yep, exactly. There are all kinds of trafficking. When I say trafficking, I mean every kind. Every kind. Forcing people to work at anything. Whether they're of age or not, by the way. They have children, oftentimes, in these labor camps. You know? But then, I mean, Scientology has children in the U.S. in labor camps. And the U.S. is like, that's cool. We don't care. So this is why I say, don't think you're any better. Don't be like, oh, well, I'm in the U.S. We don't have scammers and call centers and trafficking here. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, I'm in Canada. I'm better. Unfortunately not. No. Unfortunately, we're all the same and we're all experiencing the same problems. So let's come together as a humanity and actually solve them. You know? Some mukbangers are trafficked. No, it's literally everything. It's everything you can think of. They will kidnap people and force them to do it. It's ridiculous. This is why every once in a while there's like some kind of creepy story that pops off where people think that someone's kidnapped on YouTube being forced to make content, and it usually like comes out and everyone thinks it's drama and all the commentary channels like cover it, and then some people laugh and they go, oh haha, that would never happen. And it's like, no, the reason why that actually people believe that is because it does happen. Literally, people do that all the time, every day. Right now, there are sweatshops with children being forced to make TikTok videos, with other children being forced to work for 17 hours at the most menial job and most repetitive job you can think of. Right now, there's some camp from Scientology in the US somewhere, and there's 13 kids under the age of 10 being forced to do hard labor. It sucks. Our world sucks, damn it.
The good news is they're easy to understand.
Capitalism! Woo!
We can accurately predict someone's future value by measuring their current influence, and we can measure current influence by measuring social media presence. So everything that we do, literally everything that we do, will have a primary, a secondary, and a third level benefit. One of the benefits of everything we do is to expand social media presence, and in so doing, expand future value in the marketplace. When you do a simple screenshot import into our CRM, I think you'll immediately realize, wait, this is not an added expense. This reduces my expense because I can eliminate my current CRM, and your current customer relationship management software almost certainly costs more just
I was wondering if he was going to say what it was.
For that one solution than our entire suite of solutions, eliminating expenses by gravitating to a more effective, all-inclusive.
Oh my God, all the other companies got to pack it up, guys. Look at this. We have a suite of solutions of AI. Never been seen before, especially on this channel.
Comprehensive tool suite just makes sense. Import every contact via screenshot, and immediately, guess what your LEV.AI suite of solutions will start doing? It will tell you what every one of your candidates wants to know more about by doing a perusal, not just a perusal, but a study of their social media platforms, and then giving you a detailed report of what matters to them. This giving you the opportunity to talk about what people.
I don't like this. I don't like this idea. I don't like the idea that there's a bot that goes through all of their social medias. It sounds like a stalker bot. This is a stalker bot. If this gets in the wrong hands, okay, we're in trouble. We can't create a bot that when you add somebody to your downline or you add them as a customer, it searches through all of their information, worrisome, to tell you information about how to manipulate them, is what that is. I don't like that idea at all. It makes me feel icky just thinking about it. I don't want this to be a thing.
People want to talk about, as opposed to trying to get them to be interested in what you want to talk about. Find a way.
Yeah, like, why actually connect with people anymore? You know, we invented the internet so that people all over the world could connect and that humanity could come together. And instead, what we've done is we've made it so that the internet is now being used to make it so we never have to speak or look at each other ever again. We could all just sit in our houses, never talk to anyone. There's just one issue with that, is that that's going to end our society. You don't want that. Lord, it's a bad idea.
To have your message, whatever
Right?
your message is. Once again, you may be using LEV.AI to grow your business, your message. Please be on today's training. Come to understand how we can help you grow your message. And I think that for those who have even a measure of turbocharged power in their entrepreneurship, you will see the values in not just using LEV.AI to grow your business, but as a business, because every other entrepreneur likewise needs what we do. Again, simple screenshot import, and upon that.
See, again, they all think you want two businesses. Now it's not just about having one business from home. Now everyone thinks you want two businesses. You know, you want to be in your MLM selling your health products or your shakes or, I don't know, these damn bath bombs that give you cheap looking jewelry. You want to do that. And then apparently you also want to join an AI company that helps you run that bath bomb business that you got. Like, why? Why would I want to do that? That's double the work now that I have to do. I know you say that the AI is going to do it for me, but I'm still now in two companies. And it's funny to me because some of these companies, some of these MLMs actually have clauses in them that state that you're not allowed to be in another company if you're with them. So, like, what happens then? Are those people just SOL? Like, what's going on? Got to be a product of all the products, right? They all have to have every single product that you can think of so that every single type of person will want to buy something off of them. And all of them are crap. Instead of just making one good product for a decent price that only those interested in it would want to buy, which is what normal companies do. You know? Joe says, I want to have 3 companies. Why not, Joe? Why not? You know, you can have a company MLM for your health needs. You could have another MLM company that helps you run that business. And then you can have another AI company that helps you run them both. I mean, what more could you need? Make business with all of them. Like, it's just so silly. It's like everyone wants 2 MLMs.
Screenshot import, guess what you get? A detailed report of what the candidate wants to know. Is this not a big step forward in helping our new producer, those trying to break through, helping them get unstuck? Certainly, I think so. No further expense in building and maintaining websites. It's easy. I've done it.
Like, Randy, this thing only launched yesterday, today. Technically, it's, you know, still in the 24-hour launch here. And already people are stuck? What?
Now, this next piece, we all would tend to focus on those parts of it that hit home most directly to me. This part hits home directly to me. Why? I've had a life of extreme success in entrepreneurship. I would say extreme success in small business. I'm not a big guy, I'm a little guy, but I've had very big success in small business.
I've had really big success, small business. I keep joining these new companies, these MLMs. right before the buy in, and then, cash out right before they shut down. I've scammed millions of people out of their life savings, their retirement funds, made them lose their homes. I've forced millions of people to disconnect from all of their friends and families, to quit their real job in order to be a workhorse for me. I'm very successful, I am, said pretty much every single CEO that exists today and half of the government.
Groups have done about $5 billion in sales, and I've been paid royalties on that $5 billion, and so have the people in my organizations. What I've found is that those who have succeeded, it's not been, generally speaking, because they had
Uh-huh.
some unique set of talents or skills, unless that talent or skill was
I
simply
mean, don't you go to all of the Jeff Bezos meetings where they just tell you how to make money like him? You didn't go to the Mark Zuckerberg Zoom last night where he teaches you how to make your own Facebook? Did you miss that one, Violet? Because, all of the successful people, especially in technology, that's what they do with their time. All right? They come on to teach you how to be their competition. That's what you do.
to
Like it's
persist.
dumb.
I mean, if that's the talent or skill, then yes, those who succeed, every one of them, all of them have the talent or skill.
Like he's so rich that he can do this now from his basement with his crappy camera angle because he ripped off everyone for enough money to support himself.
Skill to persist. What I found is that so many people simply get off track. They
Looks like
get
he's in his
confused.
closet.
Anything that is new, by definition, there's a degree of lack of knowledge around it. And with lack of knowledge comes doubt, fear, insecurity. Doubt, fear, and insecurities are the enemies of all productivity. And so anything that we could do to keep guiding our candidate back towards what I've always called
It was like 17 analogies in a row.
the center line, not our candidate, but our new member, that would be extraordinary. And so I think of a part of my life, I fly airplanes, and I'm an instrument rated pilot, which means that sometimes I fly in the clouds. If I'm flying by visual reference, that means I'm just
not this time. It's true. I guess the last time we saw him do that was with Talk Fusion, eh? I don't think he's drawn much in these presentations. See, they provided him with these pretty slides, but usually Randy has a whiteboard behind him. He really likes to draw triangles a lot. I think it's his favorite shape.
looking out there and trying to figure out, where am I going to land? Where's the next spot? If I'm flying on an instrument flight plan, then there is a controller specifically assigned to me, who is at every step of the way guiding me back to the center line if I get off it. If I happen to be flying in the clouds, I have no visual reference. I am then reliant upon, notice I choose my words carefully. I would like each of us to be reliant upon artificial intelligence. I would like none of us to be dependent upon it. Not just a subtle shift in words. That's a big difference in what we're seeking to create. We're creating a leadership group that can become self-sufficient and leverage artificial intelligence. We are not creating a group of lemmings who are dependent upon an avatar to do what he or she should do better by themselves.
I hate the name. I'm going to get so sick of them saying leverage artificial intelligence. That's why it's called LEV.AI. Yeah, I know. I'm going to get sick of it. The AI draws for him now. That's right. You know what? You're not wrong, though. Because he has his AI twin to do it all for him. His AI assistant. That's pretty much what the other AI thing is. I guess that's what you would call it, is an AI assistant. It's kind of like you have your own personal chatbot AI, but it's supposed to like help you run your business and like talk to your customers for you. So I guess that's what you would call it, an AI personal assistant. But you're not wrong. That's pretty much what he's done. Moving up in the world, Randy. Good for you.
Big difference in thought process here. But now, my particular airplane, 6162 Romeo, And so if I'm in the clouds and I have no visual reference, I'm flying by the gauges, I'm on an
So
IFR
you're
flight
flying
path, and I
on
get
it.
off track, I've got an assigned controller that says, hey, 6162 Romeo, you're 3 degrees off center to the right. Please turn left and get back to the center line. 6162 Romeo, you've fallen.
Honestly, Joe, everyone has AI fatigue right now. You could probably make a lot of money. You might be as rich as Randy if you did this. I'm so sick of hearing about AI. Because like even companies that technically have been using AI for years now are all of a sudden being like, and we use AI. And I'm like, okay, we get it. It's the big thing right now, but come on. And then people are saying that things are AI that is not AI. I'm like, no, that's just someone coded it to do that. It's not, that's just a graphic. That's not really AI. It's everywhere. I'm so tired. Unpassive has their trains, and Randy has his plane. That's right. He's just flying all around.
Beneath your designated altitude, please ascend. 6162 Romeo, you've climbed higher than your designated altitude. Please descend. Constant prompts getting me back to the center line. Can you imagine the extraordinary value to
This is Randy centered?
every new team builder in any organization having constant prompts, just like I have from the Air Traffic Control Center? Well, welcome to LEV.AI, because that's exactly what starts happening the day you begin utilizing our process. I then contemplate this simple thought. Most people who are entrepreneurs became one. They did not emerge from the womb an entrepreneur. Most started as an employee. They had a job, and the job had boundaries around it, borders. Do this in these hours, make these reports to these people, and we react. Then we find out the shoes are too tight. No, I want to work when I want, where I want, with whom I want, and if I want to establish my own value in the marketplace. Well, that's not a job description, is that? That's description of entrepreneurship. And so we discover I want the freedom and flexibility and ultimate upside of entrepreneurship. And then we come over here and we find out, wow, now instead of being told what to do, I have to figure out what to do. Now, instead of reacting to the demands of position, I've got to be proactive to the demands of my business. That can be challenging. Once again, think of the prompt, getting back to the center line, the center line, the center line. Cicero said the skill to do comes from the doing. Before too long, we're not wandering around in the deep snow. We've been on the center line long enough that we're wandering a beaten path. And suddenly that which seemed extraordinarily difficult becomes not just easy, but automatic and rudimentary. I think that one of the tremendous added benefits to our program is there are a lot of people talking about AI. They want to know more. There are a lot of people talking about home-based business and solopreneurship. They want to know more. Well, we have access to a database of 2 billion plus of those people who want to know more about what we are talking about. They want to know more about what you are talking about. Don't you suppose it will help to have a specified number of people every month that you and your new members can interact with who have requested help? Is it not logical? In fact, is it not obvious that as a result of responding to one's query for information, that is an easier conversation to join? Suddenly, more of the correct activities take place. And what Cicero said years ago proves to be accurate still today. The skill to do comes from the doing. And as a person develops more skill, they likewise develop more poise and confidence. And as they have more poise and confidence, they're developing more self-esteem. And then that person with the proper self-esteem, poise, confidence, knowledge, and skill has become the attractive leader that draws others to him.
But it doesn't matter because they're in a system that doesn't empower them. For real. It only empowers them within this MLM. Right? When you get into a cult-like way of thinking, are you empowered? Do your skills really matter? If it's just being used for this?
I had a couple of people say, well, Randy, isn't this going to stymie leadership development because people will depend upon AI? No, this will enhance leadership development because people will rely upon AI, using it always for areas where that reliance need be permanent. I'm never going to speak Mandarin fluently in this life. And so my reliance upon the speech skills of AI will be permanent. However, I can learn what to say and what not to say by following the prompts. I can get guided back to the center line often enough that sooner or later I'm just on the center line. I no longer need it. Please understand the utilization of this process will grow people, not the opposite. There is a lot to this. And in a few days, and I don't know, what does that mean? Is a few days 10 days? Is a few days 3 days? I don't know. The widespread distribution of the AI avatar is a few days away. I've got mine. It's pretty incredible. I mean, it's absolutely amazing. My AI avatar can speak fluently in 150 languages, and it can do it with such dense content. I've loaded more than 150 hours of content in it, with much more coming. Your avatar looks like you if you want it to. Mine looks like me. Not because I love the way that I look, but because it's the way that I look. My avatar looks like me. It's a brand, and I want people to recognize that brand in more and more places. You can give it any script, or you can use your personalized GPT to create it. A personalized GPT, you ask? Yes. 700 million people logged on to Chat GPT in the past 7 days. Why? Because they were looking for answers to questions. They were looking for solutions to problems. ChatGPT gave them good answers and good solutions, but it didn't give them perfect answers or solutions. Why? Because it pulled from the internet information that by definition was generic as it related to.
So now you're claiming that they're going to pull from different information? How are you going to provide better information than what is out there that's already being pulled from? I can't wait to hear this. That's wonderful. You don't follow prompts, you write prompts, right? Literally. Does your avatar talk with more enthusiasm, Randy? I know it probably does better facial expressions. Probably makes his eyes all wide. I don't know. The French one wasn't that great.
The specific project of the individual who sought that answer or solution. With your personalized GPT, you can now load all of the exact content that you want into that GPT, such that when you ask it to create a script, it will create a script that is unique to your enterprise, to your culture, unique to your business, unique to you. And it can do it fluently in a dozen languages, in dozens, not in a dozen, in dozens of languages. I've done this. You're all going to experience it right away. And by the way, today, and then the training session done later on, I'll start teaching the ways to begin adding content to your AI solutions. Your digital twin solution is not yet included in the back office. Again, days, how many days? 10 days is still days. I don't know if it's that long or not. It's not a lot longer than that. What will your AI video say? What will your twin say? It'll say what you want it to say. You give it your script, and then you have your Chat GPT craft.
Okay, this is where it loses me. This is where it loses me. Because if I have something to say, we all know that I'm just going to come out here and say it. Sometimes even to my detriment. If I have something to say, I'll say it. I can be a little blunt and too truthful sometimes. But I don't understand me writing a script and then me not being the one to read the script. I don't understand setting up another version of me in order to talk on my behalf if I have to train this bot, do all these things like upload the picture, write a script, and then put it into the bot and hope to God it does a good job of saying my script. There's so many extra steps to that, when usually I would do the research myself, write the script myself, and then just say it myself. That's 3 steps. We're adding in extra things. I don't really understand if that's saving you time, effort, and why? Why aren't you just having the conversation? It's so bizarre to me. I don't know. It's just why, Does anyone know anything this is good for? Actually, see, this is the thing, is I'm like, I wouldn't want to use this on my website. Like, I don't know. Not a version of me. We don't need two me's. That's bad. One of me is enough for the world to handle. Exactly. Same. I think it is good for creating a database of victims, right? And you may also lose the rights to your own likeness. See, and this is the other thing you have to wonder about, which is also why I don't trust these companies. Things like this. Like, what are we doing with all of this information? And not only like that you're giving to the bots and all that, and then you're giving your likeness and your voice, but this other thing that they say researches the people that join. Like, what is this all for? What are we doing with it? Where is it being stored? What if they end up with every single piece of information on you and then they could be you? And then what? You lose the rights to your own likeness? And then what? You just never know. Something like this is just creepy. And it seems like extra work to me. Like I said, I don't know why you'd want to make more work for yourself. They bring it up like it's supposed to be less work, right? But I'm like, I feel like this is adding steps.
Your message, and you get to determine the personality. We all have different. I mean, there's different components of all of us. And in some parts of my life, I'm somewhat playful. In other parts of my life, I'm very, very serious. That's not a different personality. It's different expressions of my singular personality based upon the circumstance. Your AI twin has those same capacities. We've heard Larry speaking in Hindi yesterday. I enrolled a couple of people yesterday simply by sending a post out to folks that I knew spoke French and they knew I did not. And they heard me speaking what I was later told was really, really good French. And that was the sum total of it. What was the absolute total of my business presentation? I sent them a 90-second clip of me speaking French. Their response was, "That's cool. What else can it do?" I sent them a full business presentation and they enrolled. Folks, let's not make this harder than it is. An absolute incredible value. Throughout my entire career, I've explained away price. Now, instead of explaining away price, I celebrate it and I scream it from the rooftops. Just 2 packages, $49 or $99. That is a monthly subscription to utilize the technology.
I just want to say he said the same thing about Nilo Life and Talk Fusion. So apparently every price is the best price.
AI video. Your likeness, your voice, speaking your script flawlessly in dozens of languages, and you can even use AI to generate your script, and not just AI pulled from the generic world. No, pulled from the specific content that is important to you, not generic, specific. Business profiles, as I just indicated, will have sometimes multiple messages to deliver, and we would need not different personalities, but I'm not the same in all parts of my life. I mean, there's the parts of me that are always there, but if I'm in a very, very
we thought on Passive's launch was boring. Lord, this is their like celebratory, yay, we've launched, this is what we have stream from Randy. Randy, it's dry.
very important business discussion, there's of course a different expression of my personality than if I'm in a little league game. And so your pro avatar will have the capacity to be loaded with as many types of content and not different personalities, that's the wrong word, but demeanors. I have a different demeanor when I'm in an intense business discussion than I have when I'm in a little league game. I have a different demeanor when things are going exactly the way that I want them to go, and a different demeanor when I need to take hold of a situation and cause change. With the pro pack, you can create as many demeanors as you think are
Randy realizing he's human.
appropriate for the number of messages you need to deliver, the types of messages within context. I love the literally from the beginning, everything is about growing your social media presence because guess why? Because that grows your ultimate value in the marketplace. The CRM screenshot with with added information.
I would almost love to watch a face off of the two of them. But I want Marty to get better and come back. Part of me wants him to do one LEV.AI presentation like this because I almost do want to compare it. I want to be like, how does Randy versus Marty go. I also think I have enough content on Randy now that we could probably do a pretty funny video showing all the MLMs he's been in and what he's said about all of them. You don't have personality in game. Don't tell fibs, Randy, right? Dry and musty, crusty Randy. Get a new demeanor. So I can have an online bot who can speak a different language for me at the Little League game? Yes, apparently. I still don't trust all of these language bots and things. Because, they get French wrong sometimes on Google and Chat GPT. So I'm like, I still think it's better to get someone who knows the language. Awesome. Have a good one.
That is so deep about each contact. The value simply to know what is important to the people in your business life is greater. Just that value is greater than the total subscription price. I love the website builder. You can create better websites, not worse, because they look exactly like you want them to look. They feel like you want them to feel. They have the functionalities you want them to have, and they don't cost a darn thing added beyond your regular monthly subscription. The enhanced CRM, telling you what the candidate wants to know and then guiding each candidate through a professional funnel, allowing each one to arrive at his or her point of logical conclusion in the shortest possible period of time. And over 2 billion searchable candidates that you can drill down as deep as you want to find the exact talent. See, I tell people all the time, we need to enroll people who need our business. Without question, people need our business. We're doing them a favor when we bring it to them. And I can view that two ways. People need our business, whether that means that we're delivering our technology.
Randy. Yeah, you're doing them a favor by starting another MLM, taking all their money, and then you'll probably take off again. We're doing them a favor.
Them to use in their paint store, or if they need our business because they need to be a conduit to other people's use of it. We need to enroll people who need our business for their benefit. Doesn't it make sense that we should also enroll some people our business needs? And so that means that you can drill down all the way to what is the talent, the skill, the background, the nationality, the ethnic diversity, what is needed in your business.
I thought we didn't need any skills and we didn't need to do anything or anything at all. And this does everything for us. And it's so revolutionary. Everyone's going to want to buy it. That's why right now it's viral, right, Randy? Right now in this moment, you just launched, it's viral.
Right now, you're about to have 2 billion searchable prospects, and you can drill all the way down to the specific need you have. And so let it be that we enroll people who need our business so they can use the technology to grow their enterprise, whatever it is. Let it also be that people can use LEV.AI as a business. And let it also be that we enroll people who both need our business and whom our business needs. And oftentimes those will come together. In so doing, we are always at every step of the way doing something for another. The interactive avatar, mine exists. All of the content is not yet loaded to make it as conversational as it will become. The depth of loaded content will determine how conversational it becomes. Before I unleash this interactive avatar on the world, it will have hundreds of hours of content. And here's the magic. Remember I said a little while ago that we have actually found a way to break the barriers of time. How can that be? How could we possibly break the barriers of time? Because right now I am in one place in one time. This is where I am. It's the middle of the night right now in some places in the world, and it's not at all convenient for people to be listening to me. But you know what? The digital version of Randy, I can be there on your time. We've broken the boundaries of time. And I can load that digital Randy with all of the content that is appropriate and applicable to the conversation that you want to have with me. So we break the barriers of time because as opposed to only being able to be here right now speaking to you, I can now, in fact, be any.
I like how he's like, we've broken the barriers of time. Like, no, Randy, that's not what you did. You just created an AI version of yourself that, like, it'd be the same as having an uploaded, like, you already have uploaded videos on YouTube of yourself that people can watch at any time. So do I. I guess I've done it too. Like, that's just such a weird way of putting that.
Time zone in the world. all at the same time or uniquely. And you know what? Today I can be in one place.
Hello,
We
Dimitri.
have broken the bounds of
I'm assuming it's
geography
said like that.
completely.
Tell
Right
me
now,
if
I can be in one place. Now, as soon as that avatar is fully taught, as all that content is there, then suddenly, as opposed to being limited to be in one place in time, my time zone right now I can be in your time, whatever is convenient for you. Instead of being limited to be in one geographical location, I can suddenly be everywhere,
Oh my
all
Lord.
places at all times, in every home,
Is that
in
really
every
what we're
city, in
doing,
every state, in every
Randy?
nation, speaking fluently in the language of the homeowner or the resident. Folks, that is why Sundar Pichai said this is more profound than fire or electricity or anything we've done in the past, because nothing we've done in the past has enabled us to break the barriers of geography, to break the bands of time. Literally, your interactive AI avatar, once fully compressed with dense knowledge, allows you
We could
to
also
escape the
time
boundaries
travel. You guys could watch yesterday's video of Randy's today, and then you will have time
of
travel.
time and space. And that is why this is more profound than anything we've done in the past. And that is why we simply cannot consider it to be an extension of our past career.
I'm done.
This
This
is
is
a
the best
complete,
thing I've heard
absolute,
all
and
day.
total inflection point. All for an absolutely absurdly inexpensive price of $99 per month. And I believe that this is understated. I don't think you could begin to replace this suite of services for $315. I
He's
think,
a
frankly, it would take
genius.
1,000. Complete, absolute, unmatched value. You cannot buy what this company sells for less money anyplace else, period. And what exactly is the size of the opportunity? Well, we can view it a couple
All
of
hail
ways. What is
hell.
the size of the opportunity if you're going to utilize artificial intelligence to grow your existing business? Then the size of the opportunity is probably measured
He's
in a
actually a genius,
three
sweetheart.
times
Okay,
productivity
do you
gain.
not hear him? He figured it out. I've never heard this before. This is a new one. I don't get to say that a lot. That was a new take on AI bots. I wasn't expecting that one. It was kind of nice. Felt like I was in the flat Earth area for a moment. I was like, wait, where am I right now? That's crazy. Oh my Lord. Is he himself some kind of AI scam bot? You know what, though? If anyone could trick you, it would probably be, we won't be able to tell. Because if as long as it talks a mile a minute and hardly takes a pause, I mean, it'll be just like Randy. You would think he was a bot. He has like no emotion in his delivery, hardly at all. I think that's part of it too. He has this like croaky voice about him. I don't know how to describe it. I said earlier that he sounds like a frog. Like, I don't know. How do you put that into words? There's something about it. It's not really like a smoker's voice necessarily, though, right? Like, it's different. It's like croaky, frog-like. I don't know. And like, he doesn't like the way he moves and the way the camera angle always is. That's the only thing that would give it away. Would be the camera angle. We'd be like, no, wait, we're looking at Randy straight on. This must be the picture bot. We're not viewing him from his crotch area. So this must be the bot. Because like nobody is more robotic than Randy. But at the same time, he just goes. It's like, I don't know. It's almost fun to watch. I'm watching this from the future, guys. I'm into war already. Violet figured it out too.
A 5 times productivity gain. If you have a 3 times or a 5 times productivity gain and literally no added cost associated with that, then that means that 3 to 5 times is all dropping straight to the bottom line. And what an incredible gift we've given to any entrepreneur who chooses to utilize LEV.AI to grow their business.
Every time. And when I first, like, it's a teeny bit better, I feel like now, where he's sitting now. You can't really see it. But we're still looking up at him. And like I've said in the past, I can't tell if this is like a choice that he's making. Because sometimes I'm like, does he have a high value camera, as he would say? Like, because it looks like the camera moves when he moves. It follows him. The lens follows him. So I'm like, you have to have like a decent camera for that. You know what I'm saying? Not all cameras do that. But then I'm like, but then why wouldn't he put it at a normal height? Because originally, when we first met Randy, we kind of assumed that he was putting his cell phone down on his desk in like, you know, the landscape view. And then that's why we were looking up at him, was because when he's standing, his desk is about, you know, at his crotch area, as we keep saying. Sorry to be a little crude. If you don't like being crude, you're probably on the wrong channel. I'm just going to throw that out there too. But that's what we originally thought. So for the first little bit, the first couple times, it was like, and I believe we got introduced to him over on Danny's channel. And it was like, huh, okay. He's just kind of putting the camera or the phone down on his desk because he doesn't have a stand for it, or maybe he just hasn't figured that out. I don't know. And that's what I originally thought he was doing, because that made the most sense. But then as time has gone on, it seems like his cameras have gotten better. His scams have gotten worse, but his cameras have gotten better. And then, like, we're still at his crotch. Why? Because I'm like, if you're going to go buy the nicer camera, why wouldn't you just buy the stand with it? Or if you're going to be in a room that seems to be surrounded by shelves, surely you could put the camera on one that's like kind of higher up than whatever one it's on now. And I was just kind of confused for a moment watching it, you know? And then I thought, what if he's doing that on purpose? Because some of these guys that get into these coaching things are kind of like the bro guys. And they get kind of into all of this sort of psychology and body language stuff where they're allegedly told tricks for how to trick you into looking at them like they are powerful, successful men. And one of the ways to do that is to position yourself where you're a little bit higher up than the other people. So if you're sitting at a desk, for example, they'll suggest putting something basically under your ass so that you seem a little bit taller, so that everyone else is kind of looking up to you, because apparently short people can't have power or something. I don't know. Listen, I'm autistic. I don't agree with most of your social rules. But basically, like, I then started to be like, is that what he is doing? Is it a conscious decision of his to be like, I want this camera angle to be looking up at me because it's like poetic in that way? Like, they'll all want to look up at me because they'll have to look up at me with this camera, you know, like, it's all these weird psychology tricks that they think that they learn, but none of them really work. Not in the way that they think, or if they only work with people that are like them. you know? So it's just, and I still haven't really come to a conclusion. So I would be interested to hear all of your thoughts, if you're out there watching this, on what you think about that. Because he's even changed rooms at this point. So, like, I don't think we can say that it's, you know, the room he was in, or, like, that's my point. We've changed cameras, we've changed rooms, but we haven't changed the damn camera angle. Why? Look upon my crotchy and mighty and despair. They'll need a steady supply of tiny dinger diapers to maintain the angle. That's right. It's just, like, you know, just fascinates me. He's a fascinating creature, this Randy.
Then there's another way we can look at it. What is the market opportunity? if you choose to not just use LEV.AI to grow your business, but what if you use LEV.AI as a business?
Oh my
What if you come
God.
to realize that today there are 8 billion people on planet Earth,
Oh my
and 7
God.
billion of them will have adopted AI 4.5 years from now? Today, 3% of them have. What if you become a conduit to their adoption of not just AI, but to the only truly accessible?
Listen, Randy, you're going to have to get another pitch, okay? I'm tired of this one. Been listening to it for 4 years on repeat already.
All-inclusive platform right now has the most comprehensive services and yet the lowest price. Then how big is the opportunity? If
Still
8
scroll,
billion people are
Randy.
going to, and today 3% have, and if you have the best product, best combination of services, and the best price, then how big is the opportunity? That is why Sundar Pichai said this is more profound than fire or electricity or anything in the past. That is why the head of DeepMind said the difference here with AI is it's going to be 10 times bigger than the Industrial Revolution and maybe 10 times faster. This demands, folks, that we open our eyes wide and we pay attention to what is going on, because these are not days that we can simply recall. We will all use, that is not a choice. We will all utilize the technology. The whole world will. If we become a conduit to other people's use of the best iteration, LEV.AI, then when they acquire their package, that $50 or $100, you'll be paid $50. Do it as many times as you want, over and over and over again. Remember this, every single human that you know is going to use AI. They all are. The same percentage of people are going to use AI that you know is the same percentage of people who drink water and breathe air. Everybody. And so if you are a conduit to that use, then by saving them money, giving them the best service, you'll make 50% immediately on their ongoing monthly subscription. You'll continue to be paid 20%. I have one friend who has 25 million Instagram followers. How many of them are going to use AI?
Now, who's going to tell Zenu that he can't join?
25 million. If she becomes the conduit to their use because of her influence, 25 million people paying a monthly subscription, rewarding her 20% each per month. That's why this is more profound than fire or electricity or anything we've done in the past, because she has 25 million followers, but what percentage of those followers buy the makeup she represents? What percentage of them use the hair solution she represents? What percentage of them do this, do that? Well, compare that to the percentage that breathe. The percentage that breathe are the percentage that are going to use AI. And so you see her influence just had a great big multiplier put on it in terms of its.
Did you really just do that? How many of them breathe? Lord. Surely, Randy, you can do better than this.
Market value. For those who, like me, build organizations in depth, in addition to that 20% on generation one, we build teams in depth. We can get paid on 7 more generations of leadership structure. Please note that in our company's case, there is no artificial.
You know, it's funny, but technically, Eck is a part of the light and sound, which has been stolen from a religion, which was stolen from a religion, which was stolen from Hare Krishna. All of them are very much the same. And it's funny because the Hindu religion, which is kind of like the nicer version of that, if I had to describe it, a nicer version of that, is very, very big in India. And apparently, many of the scams that we cover are also coming after India. So, I mean, just everything's gone full circle, okay? Everything.
So dilution from PVBV. Now, cash comes into the company, cash goes into the compensation plan. So that 20% on Gen 1, that's 20% of cash.
Yeah, somebody warned Hatman. Bob Larson is after him. They did that joke in the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, then you didn't see it. But I get emails from Bob Larson. Bob Larson sent me an email. Well, not me personally. Like his email list, you know. I like to keep up with what he's doing. And he sent me one the other day that said that Hatman was a demon and he was going to teach us how to get rid of the Hat Man. And I was like, oh no. So yes, I made that joke. I said, someone go warn Hat Man. Bob Larson's after him because I thought it would be funny. So now Joe is saying, oh, Hat Man is Satan per Bob Larson. Because apparently everyone is Satan to Bob Larson. You're a Satan, you're a demon, or you're Jezebel. Which is technically a demon, but I feel like she deserves her own category at this point. She's like a secondary character in his show, you know?
7%
Not
through
this
4 more generations. That is 4% of cash. 4% through 7 more generations. And then, whenever an idea is hot, and folks, this is hot, and it's at a different level. When an idea is hot, the market tells you so because of mass adoption. So this has been done almost in secret so far. There's been not a dollar spent in advertising. It was, I think, 36 days ago, we had a first Zoom and introduced a handful of people who had all signed NDAs to a concept that was coming. And this has now exploded to 43,000 early adopters in that 35-day period of time. And only yesterday did people begin to experiment to see and truly understand how the technology works, because only yesterday were the first significant components introduced. Notice I said the first significant components. The rollout of the digital avatar is yet upcoming sometime in the next 10 days, 2 weeks. I'm not sure exactly when. But in the compensation plan, you get paid when you introduce a new person to the project. That's 50%. It's called acquisition bonus. People you enroll, that's Gen 1. You'll get paid 20% on their ongoing subscription from now on. The next 7 generations, you get paid 4% on their subscription. Everybody you know is going to be subscribing to someone's version of AI.
everybody you know.
Ours is the best, and it is the best price. Open the funnel wide. It is everyone you know. That's the number of people that.
He has his camera on auto face follow. I felt like that. I just like to joke that we're falling down every time it moves. Because he did drop us way back in the day. But all it does is make people feel seasick. It does, especially when you're looking up at him. And it's like moving around. I don't understand what you're doing, Randy, with this camera. Get a camera person. You need one. If anyone needed one, it's you.
Can be contained in that box.
Maybe Larry knows somebody you can hire. Listen, Larry did a movie about Dolly Parton. And he was in Zoolander. All right? And Jack and Jill with Adam Sandler. So he should be able to find you a cameraman that can help you out. Maybe give you some tips. You say you're all about learning skills and growth. There you go. That would be a good one to learn.
Which you earn royalties on that revenue created every month. And whenever there's a mass movement, we know that there will be people who are much deeper than 8 generations, literally overnight. That's happened, of course, with LEV.AI in the first 24 hours. And so the compensation plan must have.
Yeah, see, it's kind of like a power move to make it so that you're always looking up at him. It's like those weird tricks that they teach coaches and motivational speakers and like people that want to influence people as their job. All these little body language tricks that you can do. It is one of their little tricks. So we do joke that he likes to keep us at crotch level because it's a little dark when you really start thinking about why. It's like, I don't like it. You know, like, nah. I get the urge to bite people that tower over me. Yeah. See, that's the thing, is that earlier on I pointed out that for a lot of people, these kinds of tricks don't really work. They have the opposite effect because, yeah, most people are actually like you, where they're like, I feel like he's like looking down on me in a bad way, where like he's towering over me. Like, I don't know if I like that. So it's like it only attracts the people like them, which I guess is who they want to attract. He likes to show off his shortcomings.
That infinity payout to continue paying in depth so that the legs don't bottom
We
out.
find out that he's actually like 4 feet tall and he really just wants to look taller.
Leadership becomes too scarce. And then finally, folks, get ready for the stories to be told about what I believe will be the largest checks ever contemplated or dreamed about in micro enterprise. Why? Because that 4-level check match, this is when you get paid because other people get paid. Whenever someone earns an acquisition bonus in your group in the first 4 generations, you'll get paid. Remember what I said? Every single person you know is going.
Awesome. Welcome to the most neurospicy place on the internet. You're in good hands. And yeah, it is intimidating and rude. See, that's the thing, is that for most people that would give you like a negative kind of feeling. But for people like him, it's weird. You know? It's like they really think that the world works like that. And that he's obsessed with legs. Does he actually have legs? I mean, I don't know. We've never seen them.
To use AI.
I mean, does he have a brain? We haven't really seen that either.
And every person they know is going to use AI. When you become effective at
Hey,
showing
Alex.
other people how to bridge the point of lack of knowledge, doubt,
After this, which is almost done, we're trying to get through the last 10 minutes. It's hard. Randy's so dry. I honestly was hoping that this one would be a little more lively. Like, this is Randy excited about the launch happening. I'm a little bit disappointed. You know, I was hoping that we'd see more personality in this one. And he's just normal Randy. He's very like dry. He almost has a similar disconnect that I feel with like Mike Ellis. It's just all business. You know what I mean? Like, there's no like real genuine emotion. I'm kind of like, this was your launch pitch. Usually during this one is when we see people the most excited. They're announcing the launch and then they go and do their own stream afterwards. And they are usually like the people of On Passive, oh my God. And every other MLM, sometimes even when they launch just one product, it doesn't even have to be their company. They're just launching a new product and they go nuts. Like it's great. Like people are literally screaming. Like, ah! I'm so excited. Like it's intense. It's craziness. Crazy time. And then here's Randy. This has been the most monotone launch I've ever seen. Like, we thought that the O Connect with On Passive didn't give us much. But this one, let me tell you, it's pretty fucking dry. But after this, I thought that we would go and watch Spencer's video. Watch something that we actually enjoy watching for a moment. As a palate cleanse, if you will. Because I don't think Spencer will mind if we compliment his video. And then we would check in with On Passive and see what's going on. Because they might be a little more excited. And they have nothing to be excited about. It's almost like it's backwards. They should be acting like this, and these guys should be acting like them. It's so weird.
And insecurity to knowledge about the superior nature of the LEV.AI solution. When that happens,
Right?
they
Like,
acquire
this
the
is them
product and you'll
happy.
get paid. And when you get paid because other people earn, that is a staggering thing. Those who build in depth, once again, a simple 8 generation unilevel compensation plan, which will create stunning checks.
You hardly
Now,
show.
last night, Blake gave updates. These slides that I'm showing you right now are somewhat outdated slides, and I apologize. I'll quickly zip through them anyway. The LEV.AI application, I hoped it would
It
be
could
live
be.
yesterday. We were notified a few days ago that it's about 10 days out still. So about 10 days. Up until now, we're doing desktop. The LEV.AI.
Literally, the only reason why I don't think it is because his facial expressions are pretty normal. No, Jelly, it's not still live. We caught the last few minutes of the live, and now we're watching. Because he also did a video earlier today. So that's what we're watching now. It's almost done. But this is Randy excited. And I was kind of hoping that today we would get some more personality, but I guess he doesn't have any. So if you were wondering, that's the conclusion we've come to about that. Lord. They're just doing a normal presentation in this one. In the last one, they showed a bit of the tech, but it wasn't much more than what we had already seen. They just showed us the back where the commissions are and the team are, and then showed us the AI stuff again. But I was hoping, since this was Randy's like first video on his own after the launch, that we were going to get fucking personality. And there's just zero. It's not in existence. I don't think he has one. I'm coming to that conclusion. I feel like I've seen enough Randy. And it's like, if this isn't the time he's going to get excited, I don't know what would be. You know? This is his son's company, too, by the way. He was throwing that out there, like, Blake is his son. So, like, you'd think he'd be happy.
Back office, it's simple. It really is, but it's different. And so tonight, this afternoon, when I do my training, I will teach a few things about the back office, how to find what, where. Having been through it just a little bit, it's an absolute thing of beauty. But whenever something is new, there needs to be a little bit of teaching around it. And so I'll do that this afternoon and ongoing. If you're already building teams, please go to your waiting room. This is pretty obvious. Simply go to your back office, click on team, click on waiting room, and there you'll see how to place the people who have already joined your business. Multi-language support is already available. And by the way, the preponderance of responses that I'm getting are that the company's very first earliest days, customer service is absolutely exceptional. That's what I've heard again and again, that it's absolutely exceptional, not good, great. Many more languages coming. We will launch the rest of Planet Earth this coming Monday. And when we launch the rest of Planet Earth on Monday, we will have 2 global solutions that we know will work for payment in and payment out. Those 2 global solutions are PayPal and crypto.
Okay, so that's going to be on Monday. On Monday, they're doing PayPal and crypto. Interesting.
PayPal and crypto PayPal's available now. Crypto will be available on Monday for payment in and payment out. This we did because whenever one does something on a global scale, it is reasonable to predict something between 90 and 120 days of integration, of account opening, of relationship development, of underwriting to secure local merchant processing for credit cards. And so we're guessing that in some nations, some African nations, we might only have 10 or 15% of credit cards that run. So we didn't want to turn the system on until we knew that people had access to a PayPal account and until we were able to accept crypto. So this coming week, that begins to happen. Please follow us on all social media outlets listed here. Don't miss a single bit of the information forthcoming. This is the hottest thing you're likely to run into in your career. Don't let too much time go through your fingers before you are the conduit to other people's knowledge. Everyone you know is going to hear this. Everybody. There are no people you know who are not going to hear this message. If they hear it from you, you are the one who will receive the royalty as a result of being the conduit. Strongest suggestion. Go to youtube.com/@GetLEV.AI HQ. And then I'll tell you what I do every night. I craft a little text and I change the words around just a little bit, see what works the best. And it says something like this. Are you participating yet in the widespread adoption of artificial intelligence? Or it might say, are you yet participating in and becoming a cause of the ultimate inevitable global adoption?
Okay, so I just checked this out. I had to know. PayPal says that if you are doing an MLM, all right, then you need to get approval. Activities requiring approval. PayPal requires pre-approval to accept payments for certain services as detailed in the chart below. Go down to multi-level marketing, direct selling organizations. It's right there. So I don't know if they got permission, but direct selling organizations and multi-level marketing, MLMs, are distribution and marketing models in which products or services are sold via a network of independent distributors or representatives. DSO and MLM models rely on personal sales and frequently require the independent distributors to recruit new distributors in order to advance within the organization or gain incentive compensation. The other thing that is interesting is that gambling is on here, and so is investments. So pretty much no matter what kind of MLM scam is being run, you do need to get approval. Now, that's just, they could have gotten the approval, but honestly, PayPal needs to be doing better. And I am going to have to ask them why they are allowing somebody to basically sell scam. It does say that you cannot do the promotion, you cannot sell items that encourage, promote, facilitate, or instruct others to engage in illegal activity. So that's interesting as well. You know, you never know what these things are doing. It also says that prohibited activities include supporting pyramid or Ponzi schemes. Supporting pyramid or Ponzi schemes, matrix programs, and other get-rich-quick schemes or certain multi-level marketing programs. So that's very confusing to me. It seems like they are prohibited. You're not supposed to sell MLMs via PayPal, but there is a way that you can apply for some kind of pre-approval if you are running an MLM or direct selling company. So I think it might depend on which one it is. Like, what are you selling? And like I said, I don't know if they got pre-approval or not, but maybe we should make sure, you know?
Of AI. If not, you may be at risk. Please watch the video below and let's talk. And then below, I put this teaser video, and right below that, I put my enrollment link. And then 50 times every night, click, 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 click. I just go to letter A in my phone and I send 50 to letter A. Tomorrow night,
Joe says, what about raising money to return to Canada from Syria? Well, you could probably get help to return to Canada from Syria if you're actually in danger in Syria, especially if you're in a war zone or something, depending on where you are, I'm sure. Because of what's going on there, Canada would pretty much pay for your expenses. Now, in order to do that, you would have to contact the Canadian embassy there, and you would have to actually be in quite serious danger probably to have that done. That's the shitty thing about that. Unfortunately. I don't know if it's technically, like, here's the thing about raising money for something in terms of like GoFundMe, PayPal's, all of that kind of stuff, okay? It isn't technically a scam if you're telling people what the money is for and the money is going for that thing. Okay? So even saying something like, oh, I need to raise money to catch a flight back to Canada from Syria, and I need 2 plane seats because I'm 700 pounds because I'm foodie beauty, you know. Even in that case, technically that's not a scam. Could you argue maybe that it's grifting, begging, that kind of thing? Yeah, you could maybe argue that a little bit. But it's not technically a scam because you are being transparent and honest about where the money's going. And it doesn't turn into a scam until you take the money, accept all that money, right? And then after that, don't put it on a flight. So if she raised money for that and then never went anywhere and literally just stayed in Syria, I haven't been keeping up with this. I don't know what's going on over there. I've tried to stay away. They're all freaking me out right now, those people in the foodie beauty girl world area. All right, they're all insane. But it's like, would it be a scam if she didn't come home? Would it be a scam? She's still sitting in Syria. And then everyone's like, well, we donated money. How come you're not catching a flight? That would be the problem. That being said, there's other ways of scamming on PayPal and GoFundMe, like making up why you need the money. Like saying that you have cancer. And then for some reason, your girlfriend doesn't even know about your cancer. And she's on Twitter the entire time, arguing everyone about how they're lying about you lying about cancer because you never said that you had cancer. Meanwhile, you had just updated your GoFundMe telling everyone that you had just gotten diagnosed of anal cancer and that you need their donuts. That's a scam. Or like the case of those cancer scammers that literally go all out and they take pictures of themselves in the hospital with like tubes in, like that Madison girl we covered, and there's a couple of them we've covered. Like, that is insane to me when people do that. I'm like, you're really dedicated and you're putting in a lot of work just to be an asshole. I don't think that that's necessarily a scam. And technically with PayPal, I think they believe the same thing when it comes to that. Right? She's eating all the food in the country. Did she not come home? Is that what happened? PayPal, please select one of the options. 1, Ponzi scheme. 2, pyramid scheme. 3, MLM that will never launch, right? See, this is the thing, is that I'm wondering, like, if you write them and you're like, hey, the AI, sucks. This is a crappy MLM. These guys have a long history of scamming. Maybe don't support this if they would care. If you were in Syria, why would you want to go to Canada? There's way less Islamists in Syria than there is in Canada. That is probably true. Earphones taped up their noses. Yeah, like that kind of stuff. That weird stuff, like that is a scam. And that's a really seedy scam. And see, in that case, it's harder for the platform to kind of figure out what's going on. Because they go to the page and it looks like the person has cancer. You know what I mean? So oftentimes those pages will end up staying up until the person gets charged for their lies and their scam. And oftentimes you can't get someone charged for that lie or scam unless they've stolen thousands and thousands of dollars. That's the other shitty thing. It sucks, but I mean, oftentimes the authorities don't care, if you call them up and you're like, someone stole $20, even if it was a lot of money to you, the authorities are like, so what, Which sucks. It shouldn't be that way. I'm telling you, it's hard to stop all the scams. Yeah, people are scamming me every day on PayPal. I get scammed on PayPal every single day, Alps. Middle Eastern weddings are dangerous. Are they? I haven't looked into any of that. Why are they dangerous? What do they do there when you get married? Oh my God. Or when someone feels entitled to your money because they've been baiting for years, but they showcase their crab dinners claiming to be broke. Yeah. See, things like that, it's like a more covert way of scamming. And it's harder to prove it to these other agencies like PayPal, GoFundMe, and all that when someone runs something like that too. How do you prove that somebody's not broke and that they've scammed you claiming to be broke? It's the same with like the romance scams. I mean, some of those hit the news and get attention, but you'd be surprised how many thousands of people get scammed by those every single day. You know what I mean? And how do they get their money back? That sucks. And how do they prove it? It's hard because you write these, GoFundMes and PayPal and Cash App or whatever else they're using. And oftentimes they're like, well, they didn't break our policy. And we're like, what are you talking about? They fire guns in the air, just like New Year's Eve in Detroit. Oh my. Yeah, that's don't fire a gun up in the air because you don't know where the bullet's going. At least fire it at a target, damn it.
Send 50 to letter B. The next night I send
Not a
50 to
person.
letter C. The next night I go to
Or an animal.
Instagram. Click, 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 click. The next night I go to WhatsApp or whatever it is. And because I'm simply giving people a chance to establish and decide their own worth, I'm not convincing anybody of a darn thing. I am looking for those who are looking. There's a groundswell out there. People are talking about AI. When I go click, 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 my text finds the one who was looking. And when I find the one who was looking, I know it because I wake up in the morning and I have new enrollments. Do not make it more difficult than that. That is how easy it is right now. It won't always be
Yeah,
that.
but when you make that statement, I know it works because I wake up in the morning, you literally have been launched for one night. That's what bothers me. It's like, how the fuck do you know it works? You literally have only woken up one morning, and then the statement you make that morning is, oh, I know, because every morning I wake up, I have leads. What do you mean every morning? This is the only morning that you've woken up since the launch where there would be leads. What are you talking about? Like, has this thing been working for you before it was working for everyone else? I'm confused.
That easy, but that's how easy it is right now. We don't have the risks that are typically a part and parcel of this, of positioning at the beginning. Why? Because we operate under the global umbrella of Mr. Terry LaCour. LaCour Enterprises is the global service provider for LEV.AI, and Terry owns the company. This company, LEV.AI's rapid deployment is possible.
Terry owns it. But I'm still like, I still don't understand how this company is made up. You know what I mean? Like, okay, Terry, owner, operator, and then is Blake like what, the CEO? And then are you like the CMO or something? Like, because you do a lot of the marketing videos. So, like, what is the makeup of this fucking company? And how come we don't just know this? Like, you know what I mean? It's like, Lord. I hate it. I hate that you can't just go to a website and they'll be like, this is who owns this company. This is the CEO. This is, I like to know who the team is. We don't get that here. Bothers me.
Due to the depth and breadth of LaCour Enterprises history, who they are, where they are, their global footprint. The reason I know that Pay Solutions will not be a long-term problem is because that's one of Terry's primary businesses. Access to leading back office commissions and operating history, hundreds of years of collective team experience, over 25 years building businesses in the micro enterprise world with $7 billion accumulated revenue. And so, folks, please know and understand this. The question is not for me or for you or for any of us. The question is not whether we are going to use AI in our business and in our lives. Yes, we are. And so is everyone else. The question is only, will we be a conduit to other people's use? Will we use AI in our business? Yes, 100% of us. Will we use AI as a business? Don't know. That's a smaller percentage. You fit where you want to fit, and let us help you accomplish your objectives, whatever they are. It is time right now, folks. And here it says LEV.AI will officially launch in 2 to 3 weeks. That slide is 2 to 3 weeks old. LEV.AI launched last night in the United States and Canada. LEV.AI launches Monday, and the rest of the world, minus the handful of dictatorial regimes.
Somehow missed that until now. So it's not only that you're going to be doing all that on Monday, you're launching everywhere else on Monday. So now you're launching all over the world on Monday? Okay. Interesting.
The handful of places in the world that are completely devastated by war right now where it would be unsafe. But we launch in 96% or 98% of planet Earth that we're not already in on Monday. So it is now, folks. I encourage you to do the following things. First tonight at 9 o'clock. Well, in fact, let's not go that far. First today at 2 o'clock Mountain Time, 4 o'clock Eastern. Let's just not talk about Mountain. At 4 o'clock Eastern, I will conduct the first training that I have done about the technology, the utilization. I will conduct the first training I've done about the technology, the utilization, about how to begin how to begin, how to set the ball in motion. That will happen today at 4 o'clock Eastern. Tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern, Eric to Muhammad will do an absolutely stunning job. I don't think so. I know so. He will do a beautiful job in introducing LEV.AI to your candidates. And I encourage
I
you
hate
to
this
know
kid.
this will be a special experience. Most of you don't know
I
Eric.
hate
He's
it.
really, really good. I encourage you to let your candidate know of that opportunity, and also to make sure that your entire membership,
Where are we going?
just about lost my iPad, and also that your entire membership knows of
We
it.
fell
I'm
down.
going to just a quick look right here and see if there's anyone. Nope, I was just looking to see if anyone's hand was up. I need to call them. There's not. Folks, this is as good as it gets. If you have already
End it,
opted
Randy, before
into the
we
free
die.
market environment, become real today. Activate your account today. If it's possible, be with me today on the training session coming up at 4 Eastern. Be on Eric's session tonight. And I will begin a steady flow of information teaching you how to use the technology that we have now embraced, such that it can add value to other people's lives, and in so doing, add value to yours. Folks, the future is bright. This is one of the magic moments in our life.
This is Monica from the highway. Monica Hayworth in her early days, because she and myself and the Recovering Hun Bottle started our channels around the same time. And Monica's first videos, she used to do next to a highway, and she used to be like, "It's Monica coming to you from the highway." That's what that reminded me of. His shirt looks like Pepto. I know, it's a little too pink, isn't it? But yeah, like, I don't know where he is. First I thought he was in a closet, and I was like, is this a closet? But then I noticed like the shelf and stuff, and I was like, I don't have many shelves like that in my closet. Doesn't seem to be hanging anything up anywhere. And then I was like, what is with the wood around him? Like, where is he? It does look like he's in a shed.
Let's make the best of it. Let's have fun doing it and help some people along the way. God bless you and have a beautiful day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Randy.
I question.
No, don't do this. Don't do that. That will copy claim me. Don't do that to us. But yes, thank you. Thank you, Randy, for that. That was great fun. I feel like he is the least excited person for a launch of a company that I have ever seen in my life, though. Like, seriously, I was really, really expecting at some point of that to see some personality. You know, I try to get a feel for who these people are while we're covering them. And I was kind of like I said, thinking, well, you should at least be happy in some sense and excited, maybe. Maybe we'll see a little pep in his step, but no, we just saw him in a Pepto-Bismol shirt. That was it. That was the closest we got to that. So, moving on. Maybe we can keep doing this, and then maybe we can see if we can catch their webinar later, too. It's in an hour and a half. All right, hold on a second. You're not on my screen yet. You're not on my screen yet. I thought that we would have some fun here. Have like a palate cleanse, because that was fucking dry, wasn't it? And I don't do this often. We're usually reacting to scammers and cults or flat earthers or alt-right incels or, you know, things like that. Things that aren't always happy and things that I like. They're all things I do not like. So I thought it would be fun if for a pellet cleanse, we watched the Spencer Cornelia video today. Auto and passive. Because he released another one. And it's quite short. So, you know, should be fun. Let's have some fun. We need some fun after Randy. Randy could suck all the fun out of a circus. Like, it's awful. It's about all I can understand from him. Alrighty. So it's called The Next trillion-dollar company, in quotes, of course, just went bankrupt. That's right. That's right. Is it just me, or is Randy starting to look like Walter from Breaking Bad? No, he does kind of look like that. He does. Like, if you were to say he looks like anyone from like shows or movies or Hollywood, I guess you could say, it would be that. So yes, we have another video. It's always good when Spencer does an on-passive video. So get out the popcorn. I've got mine here. I actually really do. I'm not making that up. When I say I get popcorn, sometimes I'll be in another stream in the chat and I'll be like, I'm getting out my popcorn. I actually mean that I am bringing out a big ass bag of popcorn. I don't just say that. All right? All right. I mean that I am literally coming out with a big bag of popcorn. All right? It is huge. Okay? It's the size of my head. So it's bigger than my head. Big popcorn. So get out your popcorn. We're going to watch a fun video for once. I'm excited. Pinches a handful. Or steal the popcorn next to you. I won't tell.
Favorite companies in the world, led by this doofus, Ash Mufareh, one of the biggest clown CEOs in the world. You are going to be shocked by the end of this video just how dumb this guy is. If you aren't familiar, I've made 3 videos on Unpassive, and they are all enjoyable to watch. I really hope you've watched them. It's like 700,000 views between the 3. So this company, at one point, was labeled as the next...
Like, send some of those over here, Spencer.
trillion-dollar company, and is one of the most obvious pyramid schemes that you'll ever find. Well, the SEC has finally came up with a judgment.
I can't complain. I'm actually in his last video, so I'm not complaining. I'll just eat all of Joe's. I'm actually in the last one that he did. So, you know. He clipped me yelling at Ash. It was great fun. Very small clip.
Against this idiot and his company, they're finally getting shut down. Quick little refresher about what was promoted. Ash was talking about having a portfolio of applications that would rival some of the biggest companies in the world. So I know you're laughing on the other side of the camera. I promise you this is what he was promoting. He was going to come up with a mail product, a Gmail.
I was laughing, though, because I heard him say it myself. And I had a flashback, and I was like, yeah, no, it was bad.
Competitor. He was going to compete with Shopify and Google and Aweber and ClickFunnels. These are all like billion-dollar companies that within one company, he was going to take them all out. I promise you're going to laugh at some point in this video, and you're going to ask yourself, who in the world is signing up for this crap? $108 million from 1.12 million founders positions by over 800,000 investors located in the United States and abroad. 800,000 people signed up for this. After like 8 years and $100 million essentially raised, they've come up with 3 what appear to be applications in the Google Play Store. Of course, these are not actual products. It's just marketing pieces to make it look like they're legitimate. They are not. This was taken in India. That right there is Ash Mufareh, the CEO, which we're about to clown on in a minute. You can see that this guy is loved. He has huge operations in India, and they view him, as you can see on the screen, they view him as this like savior, the guy that's going to get them out of poverty and make them so much money. Ash had what...
He's literally a guru there. He is. It's becoming a problem. It's been a problem. But as they get more culty, that is, of course, more scary.
What he called the Leadership Council. This is essentially all the people were actually customers, but they thought they were founders. They thought they were the investors, given the $97 that would make a lot of money down the road. And as you'll see right here in this clip, this is what a lot of their talks involved and looked like. It was hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people would join these Zoom calls. Of course, they had a competing product for Zoom, but they would still use Zoom. And they would have these chats where they would all just hype each other up. It was cult-like mentality. Absolutely hilarious. Let's watch the clip.
Welcome, everyone around the globe. I can feel the excitement, you know, and it's in the air, and boy, is it.
Look, Susie. Susie, look, you're famous.
Palpable.
All of these people here are the founders. They are the people who contributed to the $108 million. For 7-8 years, All of these people, and the thousands you can't see, they all join these calls regularly. I'm talking a couple times a week, once a month for updates. There's never an update. It's just Ash going on and on and on about company updates, but there's never an update. He strung them along for 8 years and they still show up.
Today, I am pleased to announce that we have reached a final settlement with the SEC's litigations and allegations. There have been some distortion, misinformation, and malicious voices trying to cloud the truth. Let me be very clear. Today we close that chapter. The matter is closed.
Did you hear that, everyone? It is closed. It is all over. So Ash was being investigated by the SEC that filed a complaint 2 years ago. It was massive, $108 million complaint. They came after him. They finally reached a judgment, but he turns this into a positive somehow. Even better is that the complaint alleges that Ash used funds to further the pyramid scheme and for his and his spouse's personal use. That's very common, right? Whenever we read these complaints together, we find out that the guy raised a bunch of money and then used it.
Right. Jelly says, it's so funny watching someone else react to this nonsense. I know. It is. It's fun. Like, see? Right? Like, that's what I said, Spencer. That's what I do the whole time. I'm just like, yeah, that's what I said. All right.
For lavish lifestyle. He apparently transferred investors' funds to his wife, including transfers into bank accounts held jointly by them, and it was for their personal use. Down here at the bottom of this paragraph, it alleges that he used it for general purchases in his day-to-day life.
I want you to.
And I don't know if Spencer knows, because I don't know how much he actually, like, he has a bigger channel. He's up there. So he's busy. He can't do the same kind of thing that I can do still being little, where I can stream these guys for several hours a day, you know? But the weird thing about all of this too, and is with his lawyers. Ash is going to go on a rant in this video about how he has the best lawyers in the whole world. But there was actually drama with his lawyers when it came to the deposition. And there was a lot of drama with his lawyers. I believe even with the settlement, one of them left. He keeps saying that he has the best lawyers. He had fired, I believe, 2 teams of lawyers before landing on the ones that actually settled the case with him, which he'll say it here as if he's the one that controlled them and told them what to do in the courtroom, which Spencer does point out. But it's just so funny because it's like, yeah, he took all that money, he pocketed it all for himself. And then, like, he didn't even get decent lawyers. And there was so much drama with this. And I don't think he saved that much money to give in. Like, the $108 million is gone at this point. It has to be. It's just, like, ridiculous, you know? Spencer's like CopyZilla and Scott Schaefer. Exactly. They do a lot of scams. One day I hope to be there. One day, but part of me likes being small because I can do a lot more stuff. I got more time, you know?
To understand that we will not and chose not to continue as unpassive. That vehicle is far broken, still has outstanding issues.
Guys, it's far broken. It's far broken, okay? The vehicle is far broken.
And pending cases.
I used to work in software development, everyone. This guy has somehow turned the most basic of applications into an 8-year process of mystery. And where's the money going? No one knows. Everyone's just sitting around waiting for these applications to be done. He cannot even build the most simple, not even an MVP of a simple email app. This guy is the most incompetent CEO you'll ever come across. And he's talking about, we're moving on. He's moving on from a passive because he lost the SEC. Well,
Did you hear that? Spencer just called him the most incompetent CEO that you will ever come across. I've literally said the same thing. I've told people, like, you will never see a man that is, like, so incompetent and then somehow still manages to like trick everybody. Like, you're just like, what is this? Like, what psychology is this? What sociology is this? Like, what is happening right now? It's so weird. I don't think I've ever heard Far Broken before today. I remember hearing him say it, and that it was just kind of like one of those things where I was like, huh? But we kind of didn't really talk about it. But I love that. Far Broken. On Passive, that vehicle, Far Broken, guys. You've heard it here. On Passive is Far Broken.
Settlement, but he was going to lose at trial. He's going to lose a lot more. So anyway, he lost against the SEC, and now he has to move on, and he's talking about broken issues. How in the world does it take 7 years to create the most basic of applications,
right?
The most incompetent CEO in America?
Any business model that entails where
He got crowned. Maybe they do have some royalty now. He's been crowned the worst CEO in America.
people make money by joining each other, recruitment, if they make commissions, that's not a lawful model in general. I'm anti-money games in general.
I've never heard that sentence before. One of the things that makes Ash such a unique character to follow is he's such a stumbling idiot that you think he's the dumbest guy in the world, but then he raises $108 million. You're questioning, how the heck did he do that? But I listen to him, and what makes him so entertaining is he forms these sentences and uses these combination of words that you've never heard before.
And then he makes up analogies that you've never heard before. And they don't even make sense. And you're like, what is he fucking talking about? Like, it's no wonder how people get lost in his words, because you're just in a haze the whole time. Because it's MLM and the products don't actually matter exactly. Exactly, the products don't matter, because no matter what, they'll buy them. They'll buy them every single day.
He's talking about the pyramid structure. So in the complaint, they found that it was a pyramid scheme. Of course it was. Anyone watching this, if you follow my channel, you know this was a pyramid scheme. So him trying to explain the pyramid scheme and dance around it, he's talking about, I'm anti-money games. I'm telling you, it's the most enjoyable person I've ever followed on this channel. I've never experienced anything like watching his 3-hour rants. This is Mike Ellis. He's one of the minions that has been promoting On Passive for 7 or 8 years.
I howled in my living room when I was watching this. And he just goes, this is Mike Ellis. I wish he would have thrown in a by the way. We gotta send Spencer some of the inside jokes. And he's just like, this is Mike Ellis. I was like, oh, now Mike's getting it. Let's go.
All of his videos are about 8 minutes of him just sitting here. It's fascinating to listen to.
For the haters, what just happened, Mr. Mufara just took their queen. And if you know anything about chess, when you take the queen, that's a really, really big deal, but it's more than that. He not only took their queen, he put them in checkmate. In other words, he can take the king now. It's over for the haters. It's done. We're moving forward, and there's nothing that can get in our way or stop.
Yeah, so if you guys remember, this was kind of a response to me because I had read like the SEC case and was like celebrating with all of you guys over here that, that had happened, that he did get fined at least something. We were doing good, and we were reacting to Mike Ellis at this time. And then all of a sudden this dropped, and I had people sending this to me like, Queen, you have to hear this.
Stop us.
What exactly is over? The complaint is over because they reached a settlement, which we'll get to the penalties in just a second. But Mike here seems to think that this is like a game of chess. They lost a massive SEC complaint. And by the way, I always love the people who just call critics haters. Like, I've been calling this pyramid scheme out. I was right the whole time. And then the SEC finally came in because they take a few extra years than a YouTuber. We were right the whole time. And you're out your money. This guy is still.
It's sad because Spencer, I guess, is only a hater. But I get to be a bimbo, naysayer, ding-dong, evil tyrant insect. And I think there were a few more thrown in there that I literally cannot fit because I am at the maximum amount of characters that I can use in my name here. They have called us many, many things. But I still think that the two bimbos one was my favorite when they were talking about me and the recovering Hunbot. We became the bimbos for a while. The naysayer one is the one that they use the most, which is why we call our community the sayers of nay now, and naysayers and stuff. And it's also kind of one that other people have called us from other scams and cults and things. Hell, I've even been called a bad actor by just random drama people for no reason. So, I think that one stuck the most with us. But I mean, if they keep throwing names at me, I'm going to have to start putting them in the pink area or something.
Promoting the scheme, even after the SEC complaint and after they reached a settlement, basically agreeing that this whole thing was a pyramid scheme. This was just over a month ago. The SEC on their official website shared their final judgment against the fraudulent multi-level marketing scheme and unregistered offering. Basically, Ash had to pay a $4 million fine. That's what's explained in this paragraph right here. They had to pay $26.2 million on Passive did, a prejudgment interest of $1.2 million, and a civil penalty of $4 million. So in total, it was about $36 million. Ash had to shut down the company. He can't be the officer and director for a period of 8 years for a company that offers security. So that's why he's all of a sudden changing things up and talking about how it's over and the haters lost. No, we won. You literally had to shut down your company and pay $32 million.
I love it. He's like, no, we won. What are you talking about? You were fined $4 million. Like, I was so confused too. I was like, dude, they don't fine you because you were right. They don't fine you because you did nothing wrong. Like, what do you mean you won? What did you win? I mean, like, you could argue that he won in the sense that he didn't have to pay the whole $108 million. 100%. If you threw out that argument, I'd be like, yeah, I guess in that sense, he won that amount. But at the same time, it's not a win. And I think that, like Spencer corrected himself. I've done it too, where I say the SEC won, and then I'm like, well, they settled, but, I think it is fair to kind of say that they still sort of won in the settlement, given the fact that it's called disgorgement, which alludes that it's ill-gotten gains, basically. And then the fact that they were fined. Like I said, you don't get a fine because you weren't speeding. Like, they don't fine you for doing a good job. It's almost like he thought that it was a reward or something. Which sometimes maybe I wouldn't put that past him, but it's like, how do you say you won? We've been waiting for 8 years for you to win something. Your damn fucking motto was in it to win it. You haven't won one thing. You're collecting L's, my dude, this whole time for 8 years. 8 years. It's always fun watching people outside of us ding-dongs reacting to Ash. I know. Because everyone's always like, what is happening? Like Spencer said, you watch the man and you're like, he can barely string a coherent sentence together. Why are there so many people here? It really is a good case study on manipulation, coercive control, how people want a guru. It's like, it ticks all the boxes because it's also fucking funny, okay, and very memeable. I wouldn't be able to laugh as much at Scientology, although there is a lot of comedy in Scientology. It's a little darker to me. I wouldn't be able to laugh at, some of these other MLMs out here as much either, because same, it's a little darker. Some of them actually cause people health issues and deaths and things like this, or they're connected to gross things. This one is just kind of like Ash and a group of wall cows all being blubbering idiots for all of us to see constantly on the internet. And then, like I said, it just showcases every other issue with cults and MLMs. So it's been a great example. Great fun for the whole family.
In fines.
And again, over the last 6.5 years, we've come out and we've talked about the vision that Mr. Mufara has and what he's going to be bringing to the table. And the vision it's a wonderful thing to talk about, and it gets people very, very excited about what might happen in their lives. But the vision in reality is just a hope and a dream.
Please excuse the Hindi at the bottom. I think they're doing that because they're trying to attract more of people from India to watch their videos. So this is Mike Ellis. We just showed another video of him. He does this all the time. All of the little promoters make these stupid videos full of word salads talking about the vision and what's coming. He said in this video, after 6.5 years, they've literally been waiting 6.5, 7, 8 years for anything, an application that works. Nothing.
Yeah, like technically we're in the 8th year right now. Like it was 2018 to now. So yeah, 8 year.
There's been nothing. Like, I know on the other side of the camera, you're probably like, no, Spencer, I don't believe you. There's no way you're telling the truth. These guys literally come on and make YouTube videos day after day, month after month about the vision. And Ash Mufara is this visionary CEO who's going to deliver wealth to all of us. Nothing to be shown. Nothing. All you software developers out there, within a week, you could easily develop an application like an MVP of what they're trying to do, and they have nothing. This is one of the most important paragraphs of the complaint because Ash and OnPassive offered a passive income opportunity. The founders paid $97 up front. And so he was essentially saying, we'll show you in a minute. He was saying you can make passive money by investing in the scheme. And that, of course, triggered the SEC to file a complaint.
Yesterday, I did a link from a very, very, very reliable source. And I look at who's involved. He is a master distributor. And I said, I'm going to go. I went to the webinar last night. I was blown away. God did it to me again. He showed me something else.
Marty has been one of the biggest promoters of OnPassive of the past 7 or 8 years. I think recently he had a falling out with Ash, so he's now joined a new MLM scheme. What I found fascinating from afar.
He got him by hand. Ash and Chris Johnson went to go visit Marty in the hospital. He accidentally had some health issues, ended up in the hospital 4 times from Easter until recently. He's in the hospital again, 5th time, I believe now. And basically what happened is Marty borrowed $1,000 from Ash to pay his mortgage. So he was experiencing some financial issues after dedicating 8 years of his life to promoting this thing. And I guess Ash lent it to him, and then they got into a fight over it. And it seemed to be a little bit of a power struggle between the two of them. Ash stopped coming live as much as he used to. So because of that, Marty kind of took over. Marty was kind of getting all the praise and attention and kind of positioning himself as guru number 2. And if you know anything about a narcissist, you know that they don't like competition in that way. So I think there was a little bit of that going on. You know what I'm saying? And things were a little sketchy between Chris and Marty at the time, too. I guess Marty told Chris that, he might be getting scammed by his girlfriend, and that was an issue. And so out of nowhere, all of a sudden, Ash just kind of announced in the back office that he was going to be removing Marty and Robin from the scam. He publicly announced it before even telling them. Everyone found out at the same time, which is quite common in these culty communities, to do that to someone high up. So, he got booted out and he moved on to LEV.AI, which we reacted to at the start of this. Hopefully he gets out of the hospital and he'll be back to scamming in no time.
Watching this OnPassive story play out for 4 years, everyone who is the big promoter seems to just join one after another MLM. So they go from one into the next, and then...
Yeah, well, Spencer found OnPassive before we found OnPassive. And then I found Spencer because we found OnPassive. And when I was researching to find out more information, his video popped up. His first one on it. This is his 4th. I was in his last video, Jelly. And basically, I found on Passive with the recovering Hunbot. She found it because someone was it OneCoin? I believe someone that was in OneCoin had joined it and sent it to her and asked her for her opinion. And then she literally brought me on her channel one night to react to it because she thought it was hilarious and culty and weird. And she was like, I just need other people's opinion because I don't know what I found, but this thing's crazy. And then when we were researching it together after that kind of thing, we were like, oh, there's this Spencer guy that did a video on it. So it's not just us that found it and thought it was weird. Looks like this guy also thought it was weird. Okay. So maybe we're not crazy, you know? Because we were also watching Ash. Like, why are all these people following this man? We can't be the only people watching going, why are all these people following this man? You know? So he's done a few videos. And yeah, Violet found me through Spencer. I think Mr. Level might have found me through Spencer. I know he's in Spencer's community. Because we got Mr. Level to tell Spencer about this. That's how Spencer knows about On Passive's settlement because of Mr. Level sending it to him. So that was how I also met all of them. I found you both because of Live Good. It was Michelle Carpenter that told me about the Recovery Hunbot, and then you. Nice. I like Michelle. Yeah, me and the Recovering Hunbot have made content since 2019. Like I said, she and I and Monica Hayworth started like within a month all of each other or something. It was weird. She interviewed me about Sensi. Like Badwick Productions was the first person to ever interview me about what I was doing. And then the second person to ever interview me was the Recovering Hunbot, and it was after I had finally done my video speaking out about Sensi and It Works, so I was comfortable with talking about my experience. And she was the first one that I went on the channel of to really talk about my experience with. And then we just kind of been hanging out ever since. You know, every once in a while we send each other things and go, what do you think about this? This is weird, eh? Or, hey, you got to check out this thing I just found. It's really funny. Hey! I was already following On Passive from Facebook when I was there. Then Hunbot came up on my radar. That's cool. When the Live Good and Passive poaching happened, she told me to check the Recovering Hunbot out. That was the best meet ever. That's right. Yes. Yes. Maybe it was Live Good that she found it from. I thought it was OneCoin. Or maybe the person did OneCoin and then Live Good. I don't know. That could be the case. But it was somebody that she knew from a past scam that she had gotten them out of. And then they wrote her about this. And it was like, oh no, don't do this. What is this? You know? That's how we're all here today.
On Passive was going to be the final one. That's going to be the one that gets them rich. And then when they start realizing, hey, maybe it's not the final solution, they, of course, jump to the next MLM.
Very, very excited about what's happening with this new direction. I actually had a small texting chat with Ash yesterday. His words to me were, Chris, this team was sent from heaven. Very productive what we've been doing, and things are going great.
Notice how everything is vague. This is Chris Johnson, one of the other biggest mouthpieces of On Passive. Every single day, they're just posting videos like this. It's just vague. I talked to Ash, and Ash is going to deliver. He's just
Michael Aim allegedly also got booted out of On Passive, and it would have been right around the time that Julie stopped doing that show. So, yeah. I've heard that he is no longer in on passive. I did see him, I thought, in one webinar after that, but I haven't seen him since. So I don't know if he's here anymore. I don't think he is.
Thomasine, and I can't wait for the future for all of us to get wealthy. They've been saying this for 7 years. This is not like a 1 month thing. I'm talking literally for 7. I've been following this scam for like 4 years, making videos on it many years ago. And every 6 months or so, I would check in. It is beyond fascinating. I've never seen anything like it, that these people just keep perpetuating the scam for years and years and years, and they don't stop. In the complaint, they included one of the marketing materials. Obviously, this is the structure of a pyramid scheme, also known as MLM. And it shows that, hey, you know, if you're one of these 3, you just get another 3, and then they get another 3, and then you just make so much money.
I like how he did that. Because we're kind of trying to move this community towards just, you know, calling it a pyramid scheme, legal pyramid schemes. So I like how he was like, this is a chart of a pyramid scheme, also known as an MLM. You know? I saw Spencer's first on passive video, and then I started watching the founder webinars, but they were all still really low skill, so people would constantly jump on their Zooms and mess with them. And it was so funny, I got hooked. That's right. It is funny. And it is fascinating, like he keeps saying, because you're almost watching it in disbelief that what you're watching is happening. On Passive united us all. We have our own On Passive cults.
What On Passive was trying to do was create a bunch of software applications, software as a service, SaaS. They would charge membership fees to customers. So you would pay $97 to join this scheme, then maybe invite some other people. And then once people start actually using the products, they would charge a membership fee like any other business. And then when you're one of these founder people, when you're on the level of founder, and then you get people underneath you, you collect a little bit of that membership. Sounds great, right? Except they don't have any products. There is no revenue. The only revenue is the people signing up front. It's the initial investors. They think they're investors, but really they're the only customers. This image was also from the complaint. It's a little blurry, but essentially what traps a lot of these people in is they get shown this colorful chart, and they're shown some numbers like, oh, if you invite 3 people and they invite 3 people, and if you've seen MLM stuff, you've probably heard this before, where it's just this never ending, like you promote it to these people, and then what if they promote it, and then you can get down to a level 10 where if you have your 10 levels filled up, you can be making $2 million a month. And look at me, look how much money I'm making. That's like traditionally the sales pitch. Well, of course, if you're looking at a chart when everything sounds so easy, you can make $2 million a month. Who's not going to sign up if you're dumb enough to think this is a legitimate company? So that's what really gets the people to sign up, is this grandeur level of wealth that is just so unreasonable that it's almost comical.
We have been represented by
It is comical.
some of the best, most experienced and skilled lawyers in the country, period. Everybody could look up who's representing us. Couldn't get any better team. And under my instructions, they've defended the case vigorously.
That's right. Ash told his lawyers what to do. What's so fascinating about this guy is he has this like weird God complex. I followed him for a while. I've of course watched hours of his content to make these 4 videos.
He does have a God complex. He really does like the praise. He really does want the praise from them. He wants to be the most important person in the world to these people. All true.
And this guy is, like, on one hand, so stupid. I mean, one of the worst speaking people you've ever heard. He rambles on his words. He doesn't make any sense. Trying to convey these most simple of ideas is a challenge to him. But then there's times where he talks about controlling his lawyers and telling them what to do, and he comes across as having a God complex. Really fascinating.
But you're also like, how sure you were, Ash? Like, how are you telling your lawyers what to do? Like, come on, buddy. Okay, bud, you know? You show people Gene, it really shows the cult vibe. It does. True. Gene has the deer in the headlights, doughy, completely taken by Ash. It's like Ash controls her for every move and thought. She thinks he's the most amazing man in the world. And it does show the cult vibe. Spencer's going to get mobbed for this. Protect him. I don't think they'll mob him too much. I think he'll be all right. I'm pretty sure that his community is bigger than any of their communities or several of their communities put together. You know, I'll say what somebody once told me about Repsion's community. Me and him were in an argument several years ago. That is that his community is bigger than my whole town. So you don't want to come after him and his community. They might just get on a plane. All of them.
Character study. On August 6, 2020, Mufara stated in a webinar that On Passive was scheduled to launch in 2020. My friends, that never happened.
Only Ash's God complex could stop On Passive. Ain't that the truth, though?
And it is so comical to see this now, but I featured this in my other videos because he kept talking about it. We were scheduled to launch. We were scheduled to launch. And then eventually they actually did launch, and it was the most pathetic product launch in the history of SaaS companies. Of course, there was no actual product. No one was using it. Only the initial founders were using it. It was so funny to watch, and one of the reasons why I enjoyed making the other video.
Also, it wasn't even all of them. I think that's what made it the most pathetic, is that not even all of the founders got the O Connect.
But it's funny looking at this now because they don't even talk about setting to launch. So 5 years ago, they were set to launch, and then he just kind of, let's not talk about launching anymore. Now it's just never ending. Here's what's coming, my vision. We're all going to get wealthy.
I can tell you it's a very bad day and not so exciting for the haters. They're not having a good day. And this is not what they wished for. This is probably a nightmare for them.
Says the guy who just had to pay $32 million in fines, change his company name, change the business structure, go down a different path. And so he somehow convinced all of those little minions to stay on board, which was not a guarantee. But he also has some serious sass energy in this video, which I find funny. If you put a New York Knicks jersey on him, he'd be best friends with Karl Anthony Towns.
There would be no hype, no more hype, no more guesswork. Just the real things that work, that are practical, that are transparent, that are really backed up by actual value again. We will roll out our new offerings, obviously, in stages, carefully and strategically. Not going to have a wide ladder and walk with it and bump into many things. We're going to be like the.
You guys want to do another Ash marathon next week? I was thinking, you know, we have a few. I was thinking we could watch the last like 3 or 4 times that he has come to address us all in a row, one after the other. So we can really get a good feel for like what he has said and about this whole thing and all of them. It's great fun. I think we would have fun with that.
Edge of an arrow, so sharp and clear. Focus, start small and then expand. If that makes sense to you.
I've watched this clip like 6 times now, and I laugh every single time. So I made this clip a little longer, just so you can get an idea. If you haven't seen the other videos, just so you can get an idea of what this guy's like. He brings up these analogies that you've never heard before. Like, I'm going to release software products, and we're not going to walk around like it's a wide ladder so we bump into things. And then he starts bringing in an arrow. One of the most entertaining idiots I've ever listened to. That, my friends, is Ash Mufara. That's a good summary of who he is. Please go watch the other videos if you haven't already. Thanks so much for watching.
And that was that. That was that. Pretty good video. Pretty short, to the point. Hopefully some of the O founders watch it. I don't know if they will or not, though. We'll have to see. One thing that was absolutely hilarious to me today that I would like to share with all of you before we wrap this up, and some on passive stuff here, is our dear friends, Bill Musk Productions, who actually goes by Digital Wins Ash Mufara now. So that's great fun. Love that. What a name. Digital Wins Ash Mufara. Lord. You might want to get one win first. But there is this beautiful video that was a motivational video, similar to the lovely motivational videos that we've heard from them in the past, except it was a girl's voice. You know, it was a woman doing the motivational speaking instead of a man doing the motivational speaking. And I don't know if it's as good. I really don't. But it was giving me a good laugh. Trying to find it here. Is it this one? It wasn't this one. I'm trying to find the damn thing. Oh, of course. Now I have an ad. Okay, thank you. This is it. All right, I thought so. Sorry, I had to find it. I accidentally clicked on something, and then I was like, that is not it. So, surprise, another energetic update. Hashtag Ashfufara. John White and Bill Must. I love it. I love it. So, start at the very beginning here.
Follow up to O News 13. A friendly clarification. First, a heartfelt thank you to all our loyal leaders and community members. Your creativity, passion, and excitement continue to inspire us every day. This note is simply a friendly clarification, not directed at any individual and certainly not meant as a reprimand. It reflects what we've observed in the many conversations happening across our community. Encourage passion and excitement. We treasure the energy and commitment you bring. Please keep sharing your hope, enthusiasm, and belief in the journey we're on. At the same time, let's focus on the facts we have today, rather than assumptions about future mechanics, traffic, or commissions. Your excitement is powerful. Let's keep it grounded in what is known and true. Change starts now. Change is already on the way. If you want a
changes! Sorry. I know first.
different future, begin shaping it today. Don't wait for a specific event or condition before you evolve. Growth begins now. We have learned valuable lessons from the past, and our responsibility is to apply those lessons as we move forward. Commitment to integrity, why we shared O News 13. As a company, we have a duty to lead with truth, integrity, transparency, and facts. We acknowledge that mistakes were made in the past, but we are determined that they will not be repeated. Our mission is to guide everyone toward the right destination without distraction.
These are so funny to me. Like, the amount of work to make it sound inspirational, it's a lot. But I have to say, it's not hitting as hard as the other ones.
Information and outside voices. Some inaccurate stories originate from outside voices. There are people whose motives may include monetization, self-promotion, or the appearance of having inside knowledge. To be clear, no one is given privileged information.
We don't claim to have insider knowledge necessarily. I will give you that the recovering Hunbot has had insider knowledge. I've been given insider knowledge, but that's not something that I like run around claiming. I just want you to give people the real information. I want you to be transparent and honest. I want you to allow people to make an educated decision. And in order to do that and be informed about what this is, you would have to be completely transparent about everything, including this case. And my issue is that you don't explain to people what this is. I guess in a way you're doing better at that now because you've had to because of this lawsuit and the rebrand and everything. But at the same time, no, not really, because you're not being honest about what actually happened. You haven't told them that you have to pay back money that On Passive was fined. You just told them about your fine. You made it sound like the only thing that happened, Mr. Mufara, was that you got $4 million fine. That's my issue. All right? Monetization, I do this as my income. So I kind of have to have monetization. I don't really beg for donos, but monetization everyone has on the platform. I don't really judge people based on monetization. I don't really know what I would be self-promoting. I mean, I guess I have a merch shop, but how often do I bring that up when I release something new? Like once every 3 years? That's the thing, is that those of us that are speaking out about MLMs and these scams, we're not really promoting anything other than support and speaking out about these MLMs and scams. Support in helping protect the consumers, the public, from the harm of these things. To help change the laws so that they're protected better, and so that these scams, don't continually just get a little slap on the wrist every time, which is what it seems like is happening. Even in this case, a lot of people were not pleased with the amounts. They thought it should be a lot more. He was sued for $108 million. Even only paying back over $30 million is, not a lot when he stole 108, That's what we want. We want to make it so that when one of these scams rips off thousands of people, no matter where they are, that they, have the law crack down on them. They get in trouble. They're forced to shut down. If they steal $108 million, they should have to go to jail for that. There are people that have gone to jail for stealing $100 million off of people. Heck, you can go to jail if you're just a regular person on the street and you go steal $5,000 worth of merchandise, you can go to jail. But then if you're the owner of an MLM company and you steal $108 million, you get a $4 million fine. You got to pay back some in disgorgement. Your company gets fined, and then you get to walk free. Why is that? That's weird. That seems a bit backwards, don't you think? There's all kinds of people in jail right now for stealing a hell of a lot less than $108 million. And they go, that's just one company. Over 18 million people just in the US join these every single year. They get fucked over by them. And I think that's enough people to want to save, protect, get out of these things. Not to mention the rest of the people that we need to protect from these things. And I don't know why you wouldn't want to support more protection and people getting in trouble for the scams. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand the people that hate on those of us that speak out unless they're like the people in the scams. And I'm like, well, obviously you're mad I'm speaking out about your scam. But we all have, all of us on here that speak out, all seem to have like another group of people off to the side that also have nothing to do with being in a scam or cult, apparently. And then they'll also have a problem with what we're doing. And that's always been kind of interesting to me because I'm always kind of like, Why would you have a problem with some stay-at-home mom on disability who's too disabled to work coming on the internet and deciding to share her story and then dedicating her time to helping people and trying to change the laws and speaking out about things that honestly most of the public doesn't seem to want to spend their time speaking out about? Otherwise, why aren't you doing it? You know, like, if you're going to come over here and complain about me not doing enough, where's all your live streams and videos speaking out about MLM companies and scams and cults, high control groups, the manipulation tactics, etc.? Like, don't come hating. Show me how it's done then. You know, because I don't understand not wanting to support. It's like you're speaking out about the people that are trying to also protect you if you were ever to be scammed by one of these. If you were to ever be manipulated, if you were to ever, and don't ever think you're too good for it. There's this attitude out here in the society that people have where they're like, I'd never join a cult. And I'm like, sweetie, you're in 3 YouTube communities that I'm questioning if they are cults. So you might want to check yourself before you go and start talking like that. Where people will be like, everyone knows that MLMs are a scam. Do they? Why are 18 million people in the US alone joining each year? That's not how many people are in them. That's how many join brand new into them. 18 million a year. You know, I think it's a problem. A very big problem. Because you know what also has to do with your politics and your government? You know, I've had people actually come to me and be like, why don't you, like, do something important, like, I don't know, speak out about politics or something? And I'm like, you're right. You got me. This isn't about changing an entire system that gets lobbied for by people in politics constantly to survive so that they can continue to be the 1% rich people at the top in your country and make all of you work for pennies for them so that they can get richer. You know, it's like, why would you be against that? Why would you be against shutting down scam call centers, shutting down human trafficking rings, shutting down slave labor in our countries and other countries? Why would you be against that? Why would you have a problem with people speaking out about that? What are you doing in your spare time? Should we check your internet history? I'm a little scared, you know? It's weird to me. I've never understood it unless you're like in the scam or in the cult. Then I kind of understand. But if you're not, I'm always kind of like, that's a weird stance. I've never been like helping people. I need to stop that person from doing a good job helping people. It's weird. Don't do that. The YouTube ads are not helping people not get scammed. No. I always say, though, if they're going to put ads on, then I don't have a problem with anyone else putting ads on. But I do a lot that just doesn't exactly. I'm not about recognition or money like a lot of people that exploit. That's exactly it, though. Isn't it? There's a lot that we do that people do not see behind the scenes. And a lot of things that we do that we can't talk about publicly behind the scenes to help in these ways. And that's never taken into account because all that the public sees is our content. But in order to make a lot of the content, there's hours of research, hours of work in order to speak out about these systems, track these things. We need people who do all of that. Everybody's important in their roles and what they do in these communities. You don't have to be a creator to help. You know what I mean? You want to be a white hat hacker? Cool. Come hang out. Like, why would you do it to do bad in the world? Let's do some good. You want to troll? All right. I've got some things you can troll, although this time when you're trolling, it might actually do some good for our world instead of bad for our world. You know? Stop the exploitation of humans. Right? Push critical thinking skills, asking questions, thinking outside the box, telling people to be more transparent about what they're doing. Like, it's not like anyone would have joined them if Ash was like, we're going to just come out here and claim that we're going to have a bunch of products, and then for 8 years, we're just going to string you along. Right? So we're always kind of trying to figure out, where's the point in this thing that people tip over into the cult? I think me being under the radar helps with trust. It does. And this is why we need people under the radar. I'm starting to get known, even in the circles of where I wasn't known. And then people are starting to figure out that I'm not as dumb as I've pretended to be. And people are realizing. So I need people that are unknown. Same with like Danny, right? You know, it helps when he's going live. If he has people that are also going into some of the Zoom calls for when he gets kicked out, then they're in there watching what happens. All of that is very important. And you guys think that you're just jumping into Zoom calls and having fun, but you're not. You're actually doing a very important role because we need people to listen to the content, watch what's going on. How are we going to know what's going on? We can't watch 50 scams at the same time. I'm sorry, I don't have a million eyes. So we depend on community members like you, that want to be in the background, that don't want to be front and center for whatever reasons. It doesn't even matter. You don't even have to tell me them if you don't want to. There's thousands of reasons why someone would want to make content. Some people just are that extroverted. You have to be a little bit extroverted for that. Some people are scared of the backlash you get because, like I said, all of us all end up with some stalking hate group on here trying to take us down. And then usually one or two companies with people in them that are trying to take us down. And some people are like, that would be too much for me. Yeah, it can be sometimes. Some people don't want that. Some people just, they work all day and they're like, the last thing I want to do is come home after work and then record videos and then edit. And, my weekends, I need to rest. There's a million reasons. But that's the thing, is that we wouldn't be able to do what we did publicly out here and speak out about a lot of these things if it wasn't for the extra people that are behind the scenes. I wouldn't know about a lot of these things if it wasn't for places like r/anti-MLM subreddit or Oz and behind MLM. I check the SEC and the FTC places. You get what I'm saying? But they don't catch every single thing. They don't tell you about everything right away. Sometimes they're better resources. Better resources is your own eyes. It's like being out in the field, but it's all very important. And that's why I always tell people, don't think you're more important because you're making content than the Instagram person that's posting every day on their Instagram, because that's also making content, or on the X or on the Facebook. Or the people that are going from Zoom to Zoom meeting, right? That's important too, like I said. Have a good one, Baron. You need to rest too? Yeah, everybody needs to rest. But that's why it's kind of a group effort. And we kind of need everyone in society to be like, yeah, we've reached a peak with these scams. We're done. Let's all do something about this now. And these cults need to go. Like Scientology can go at any time. That would be nice.
Not even close friends or family. If someone claims to have exclusive insight before it's shared publicly,
like
that claim is not true. What's ahead? Plenty of information and clarity will come in upcoming O News updates and our next global live update.
Our next global live update. I work behind the scenes with you all the time. We need to be allies more. We do. Everybody on here needs to have people's backs more. Definitely. I'm also reaching out to a lot of people to tell their stories. I think that will be important too, so that you're not just hearing me or passive people blabbering on about this. Blobbing. I don't know what that was.
Please remember, speculation is not the company's voice. Our mission remains unchanged, preparing proactively for a bright new chapter together. Thank you for your trust, your excitement, and your ongoing commitment.
At least she's excited.
We are not only moving forward, we are building something truly unparalleled. The unparalleled vision of Mr. Moofera.
Mr. Moofera. I also hate that they put like breasts in. I take out all my breasts. If I edit a video, you'll notice you will not hear me breathe in it because I can't stand the sound. It's not like I notice it in other people, but in myself, I notice it all the time and it bothers me. Probably because I have a breathing issue, so I also probably breathe louder than a lot of people. But like, they're doing this thing now where they're making the AIs breathe in between to make it like seem more real. And I hate it. And in these ones, it's always funny. Because again, it just goes by the words and your prompts. So you're all like, yeah, motivational, have her do a speech or whatever. And it's like when it gets excited, it adds in more like breasts. So she'll be like, and then, and you're like, what the hell is going on?
John White and Bill must comment on this update news to clarify the observations made by individuals, read by Mr. Moofera and his technology teams, hearing.
To be fair, someone might die if they read this sentence and didn't take a breath. So maybe it's a good thing we have the AI bot doing it instead.
Reading these clarifications was like a sedative that calmed the nerves of many people. At the same time, as gracious as Mr. Moofera is, he did not use this Update 13 clarification to reprimand anyone as doing so would be out of character for him.
Oh yeah? You will be terminated without notice.
He is surely gracious and takes into account the excitement that founders and affiliates have. But the misleading voices from outside are prevalent all over this space. There is an expression that says a person who is wise in his own eyes is deceiving himself. This applies to those who purport to have inside.
You had it. You could have had a poem here, my man. Why didn't you take the opportunity?
Information, but are in fact hyperbolizing. There is good hyperbole, and there is misleading. By design, fake hyperbole. But we who are loyal will not partake in anything that would distract from Mr. Moofera's magnificent creation. Mr. Moofera went on to say that he does not want us to cut down on our creativity.
I think it's funny too that they say his last name a different time, like a different way every time. I don't know. You would think like if once it reads the word in a certain way, even if it's wrong, that it would just continuously read that word in that way. But for some reason it doesn't do that. And it cracks me up, all the different names they give him.
Passion or excitement as we inspire not only him, but his technology teams every day. That positive energy which sparks from our incredible CEO, Mr. Ash Mufere, cannot be extinguished because it is not based on speculation. It is amazing how people think they can write misleading information and sneak it past him, trying to do so.
All right, listen, John White, Bill Musk, you need to go calm down. All right, you get a little angry here.
Is an exercise in futility, like trying to sneak the sunrise past a rooster.
Wait, hold on. We need to go over this sentence. It's one of those great sentences. It is amazing. Like, you wonder where Ash gets these fucked up sayings from, and then you hear this. It is amazing how people think they can write misleading information and sneak it past him. Trying to do so is an exercise in futility. Like trying to sneak the sunrise past a rooster. And I'm like, is that what he's telling himself after Muhammad Kamal allegedly robbed him? Right under his nose? All these people apparently were not trustworthy on his last deck team. All his employees he couldn't depend on. Hey, was that like sneaking the sunrise past a rooster? Or what happened then? Was he sleeping in that day?
Do not underestimate the brilliance of Mr. Mufere, for he is in complete control of his company and always knows what is happening and where things are coming from.
Still, who was ever in control of his company? He still was in control of the main company. He gave Muhammad Kamal the On Positive Technologies LLC. That was him. He did that. He was like, here you go. And then he's like, now I'm in control of my company after he gets rid of him. And it's like, you were in control the whole time. Like, really, though. Muhammad Kamal still had to come to you. You were still the owner CEO, right? Like, it's just crazy how they're always like, and now he's in control. He was in control this time last year and the year before. Like, give it up already. Find something else to brag about.
He is not saying to stop being passionate, but to focus our passion on what is factual. He encourages.
I will say I cannot take any more passion. Like tell Susie and Jean to bring it down a couple notches.
Our excitement and says they treasure our energy and commitment, so we should keep sharing our.
We need Randy to take it up and we need them to take it down. Like I said, maybe we need to do a little bit of an exchange.
Hope, enthusiasm, and belief in this journey, but we must ground it in the facts we have today, not the assumptions of tomorrow. Our excitement is powerful, but that power must be sparked by what is known
She's
and
surrounded by
true.
pyramid.
The change starts right now.
Right now?
We cannot wait for the company to launch to shape our future. Those who are wise and keyed into this journey know that every positive thing you do makes the growth bigger. As humble as he is. Mr. Mufere admits that valuable lessons were learned from past mistakes.
I don't believe him.
And he has resolved to take responsibility and apply those lessons as we relentlessly move forward. He also speaks of a commitment to integrity, a phrase with so much meaning that we will unpack it in our next commentary.
Yeah, well,
Mr. Mufere is built.
no offense, but Ash could come on here and fart And you would all spend 4 hours interpreting it and then making live streams telling us what it meant. I mean, let's just be real. He says the most, like, boring thing ever. And they'll be like, oh my God, it was the most amazing thing I ever read. He said, thank you for sticking around. It was so fabulous. It's like, wow. Like, that's the least he could say.
Building this company on integrity and true transparency, not on speculation, but on undeniable facts. He is determined to ensure that the past, which was smeared by things beyond his control, will not happen again.
Okay.
When Mr. Mufera is determined about something, watch out.
Uh-oh.
Our mission is to guide everyone toward the right destination without being distracted by misinformation from outside voices who may have ulterior motives based on selfishness.
As I don't think I can fit outside voices in my name.
There is nothing worse than a self-promoter who claims to have inside information that no one else knows. The only people who know are the ones creating it. If you are hungry for information, you will be fed plenty that you can digest without getting heartburn.
I feel like Marty would have some insider information, though. And if you're scared about Marty sharing his insider information, maybe you all shouldn't have attacked him publicly for several weeks and then continued it after he was sent to the hospital. And he wasn't sent to the hospital because of you. But I'm sure that all that stress didn't help, since he had already taken 4 trips to the hospital before that. Even we weren't reacting to Marty. Even we were like, okay, he's going through a lot. We don't need to, push him anymore. So maybe you should have thought about that and not done any of that and treated him that way. If he has insider information that you're all now scared that he'd release. Because that's what this video sounds like to me. This video, you didn't even need to do this. Well, you could have just done a video of you saying, we are fucking horrified that Marty's going to release insider information. Don't believe him, please. We beg you. And it would have had the same effect. Like, that's all I hear.
The purpose of O News Updates is to establish clarity, and our mission remains unchanged despite everything tossed against us. We are proactively moving into a bright, exciting chapter together. Mr. Mufera thanks you for your trust, excitement, and ongoing commitment. These are powerful words from a man with no ulterior motives, only the motive to create a better life for affiliates and founders together.
Well, I mean, you did pay him $108 million to do it, so.
We are not only moving forward, we are building something truly unparalleled, which means having no equal and being better or greater than any other. Rather than assuming things like the intricate mechanics of this vehicle or the traffic or commissions, we don't know. But some people don't know that they don't know. He goes on to say that our excitement is powerful.
Okay, hold on. Wait, what? Rather than assuming things like the intricate mechanics of this vehicle, all the analogies again, or the traffic or commissions, we don't know. But some people don't know that they don't know. Yeah, no, that's what it says. That was the part that had me pause. Some people don't know what they don't know. He goes on to say that our excitement is powerful, but with that power, it has to be grounded and sparked by what is known and true. But yeah, sometimes, guys, you'll just be a person that doesn't know that you don't know what you don't know.
Powerful, but with that power, it has to be grounded and sparked by what is known
That's what I say.
and true.
Weird way to end this. Dude, that was weird. Listen, that was fucking weird. So yeah. In case you don't remember, they released the O News 13, and then we have a follow-up. And it's like, first, a heartfelt thank you to all our loyal leaders and community members. Your creativity, passion, and excitement continue to inspire us every day. This note is simply a friendly clarification, not directed at any individual, and certainly not meant as a reprimand. It reflects what we've observed in the many conversations happening across our community. Off to a nice start. Encouraging passion and excitement. This is ridiculous. We treasure the energy and commitment you bring. Please keep sharing your hope, enthusiasm, and belief in the journey we're on. At the same time, let's focus on the facts we have today, rather than assumptions about future mechanics, traffic, or commissions. Your excitement is powerful. Let's keep it grounded in what is known and true. Because remember, sometimes you just don't know what you don't know about what you don't know. Change is already underway. Change starts now. Change is already underway. If you want a different future, begin shaping it today. Don't wait for a specific event or condition before you evolve. Growth begins now. We have learned valuable lessons from the past, and our responsibility is to apply those lessons as we move forward. Commitment to integrity. Why we shared O News 13. Because he wanted some attention? As a company, we have a duty to lead with truth, integrity, transparency, and facts. We acknowledge that mistakes were made in the past, but we are determined that they will not be repeated. Our mission is to guide everyone toward the right destination without distraction. Misinformation and outside voices, that's us. I believe, anyway. I like to think of us as the outside voices. Some inaccurate stories originate from outside voices. You're right. Me reading the SEC litigation release must have been inaccurate. We should listen to you instead. They are people whose motives may include monetization, self-promotion, or the appearance of having inside knowledge. To be clear, no one is given privileged information, not even close friends or family. You see how they added a whole bunch to this thing? If someone claims to have exclusive insight before it is shared publicly, that claim is not true. Not true. Does that include Gersminder? Chris Johnson? Because Chris Johnson and Gersminder do that almost every day. They actually brag to everybody about how they talk to you often, Ash Mufara, and how that apparently, means that they know more than everyone else. If you got mad at Marty for doing that or Robin for doing that, I don't know why they're still there. I'm just saying. They act like they have insider knowledge. And they'll be like, oh, well, I'm not trying to say what's going to happen. Oh, but I talk to Ash every day, and he was so excited. He told me some things. It's like, I know what you're doing. So I'm just wondering, does that include them, or is it just everybody else? What's ahead? plenty of information and clarity. I mean, it would be nice if you would start giving us actual information and some clarity. Will come in upcoming O News updates and our next Global Live update. Please remember, speculation is not the company's voice. Our mission remains unchanged, preparing proactively for a bright new chapter together. Thank you for your trust, your excitement, and your ongoing commitment. And I know what you're thinking, that's really weird. Queen, why was there a follow-up to O News 13? Because if you remember, O News 13 was just, well, lunacy. Lunacy! So, it was. One of the greatest strengths of this community is the incredible loyalty, energy, and creativity shown by so many of our leaders. Many of you have taken to YouTube and other platforms to share your enthusiasm and encourage others. For that, we say thank you. Your positivity and dedication inspire us. At the same time, we want to gently remind everyone of something very important. Some of what is being shared out there is speculation and wishful thinking. We understand that it comes from the best of intentions, care, and love. But these ideas are not based on inside knowledge or official communication. As we've said before, the next chapter is not a continuation of On Passing. What's coming will be totally different and far better. This will mark a radical shift, but it must be communicated with clarity, accuracy, and unity. Sharing guesses, even with good intentions, can create confusion and carry forward messaging that no longer represents who we are or where we're going. So we ask all of you, especially our most visible and vocal leaders, to please be patient and wait for the facts, which are just around the corner. Trust that when the time is right, we will provide plenty of information in the right way, through the right channels. By the way, it's not what you expect, and you will be very pleased with what's coming next. We value your voices, we value your passion, and together, if we align around truth and clarity, we will make the journey toward our big, bold, beautiful shared dream stronger than ever. They're really doing the big, bold, beautiful dream thing. Stay tuned. Wonderful new things are coming soon. And if you remember, O News 12 was also very interesting, mainly because of this part. I won't read this whole one to you. It says, at the same time, we want you to know something important. The details about how we move forward into our big, bold, beautiful shared dream will not be posted here. So I think a lot of people thought that just nothing was going to be posted in this ever again. That's how I took it. But then now they're like posted two updates since then. And I just think it's weird. And it's funny because it's like they did O News 13, right? They did O News 13. That one was on my daughter's birthday. And then they do follow-up to O News 13. So it's like they're also trying to make it sound like it's all one, in a way. It's kind of weird. New theory. These O News are not written by Ash at all. And it's just a third party messing with everyone. That would be hilarious. I would love that. I don't think Ash is writing them. Apparently, he tried to upload the charts and all that. But this seems to be very AI coded. But, yeah. There is nothing really going on in the back office. It's kind of a shitty scam. You know? It's a shitty scam. Let's see what else we can watch here from On Passive that would be funny. I'm really liking the Bill Must videos right now. Because they're delivering. Let's do a song. Oh my. I don't know what this is, but it's creepy. I think we should do this one. I don't know what I just came across. It's been a little while. But it's creepy. What is
Impatience whispers, hurry now, don't wait. Forces rush, decisions sealed by fate. Avoidable errors, stress in the air. Chasing fleeting highs with no time to spare.
Sacrificing mountains for a moment's spark. Trading lasting triumph for shadows in the dark. Frustration cycle spinning out of phase. Stealing peace and progress in a hurried haste.
But not us, no. We stand apart, armed with knowledge, steady heart. No speculation, no guessing game. We innovate, we stake our claim. Thank you for your patience. We won't be rushed by no trends, no FOMO driving.
You have to love that they did a whole song thanking the OnPassive O founders who have been waiting 8 years for this company to launch for their patience. It's comedic beauty.
Where we go, no gamble dressed as let's just know.
We build on bedrock, not on sand. With tech in hand and master plan.
Mr. Mofere and the crew, we innovate and see it through. Speculation siren sings of what might be. Trades truth for gamble, certainty for debris. Fear of missing out, we let it pass. True value blooms when built to last.
Impulse may lock you on a crooked track, while patience compounds where you won't lack. Don't quit before breakthrough is near. The greatest wins way past the fear.
Severed ties, projects gone cold. Liquid gold sold before it's told. Arcus haste said, walk away while patience whispers. Stay, just stay.
When enemies impatience gets, they sabotage success, I confess. But we grind, we plan, we grow. Letting steady effort steal the show.
The person that sabotaged your success was the man who didn't register securities and then pocketed $108 million instead of spending that on building the products he promised all of you. It's frustrating because it's like, hello, the call is coming from inside the home. It's your daddy. It's not just crap, it's garbage too. It is such trash and slop. It drives me nuts because, okay, they have a lot of these again, and we don't even get the dancing diaper babies. Like, this is boring to look at. I'll say it. I'm reading the lyrics now, which I don't usually do because it bothers me. I hate closed captioning. I'm someone, I'll end up reading everything instead of watching what's going on, and then I'll be like, all right, I didn't see what happened. But, it's just the whole thing slop. It's no talent to put a prompt in for an AI song. And then they do like 50 of them. And it's straight up propaganda. Like, it's literally their cult propaganda. Like it's all like, thank you for being patient while we ripped you off of all of your time for the last 8 years. You know what I mean? Like, it's frustrating and sick. There's something kind of sick about it. A little seedy, you know? Like, they're writing love songs for them for sticking around to get scammed. Like, thank you for your patience. Like, ew. What do they get for all their patience? Nothing.
Thank you
This fucking song. Like,
for your patience. We won't be rushed by noise or trends. No FOMO driving where we go. No gamble dressed as let's just know.
We build on bedrock, not on sand. With tech in hand and master plan.
calculation, enemy, impatience, saboteur. We don't react, we architect. We don't guess, we analyze, reflect, founders.
I believe I have an entire channel full of you reacting, but I'll digress.
Affiliates breathe, believe the vehicle, it's being forged, not forced. What's envisioned, it's coming, precise, profound. Time will take it, excellence won't be drowned. Thank you for your patience. We chop the course, we own the pace. No shortcuts.
It is, right? It's so elevator music, yes. It really is. They sure won't be rushed. Right. Well, that's true. So I love it too when they say we're disrupting the industry. I'm like, you kind of are. You really are fucking them over. That's about the only truth these two ass clowns have ever told, right? And then they have the audacity afterwards to be like, thank you for your patience. It's like, fuck me. Like, that's what you get for 8 years of waiting around. You get gaslit, lied to about what actually happened to your money. And then you get this song. How lovely. And then that awful, God, their new theme song. It will always be In It to Win It. I don't care.
Luring no hollow chase. Through market storms, we stand, we rise. Built on truth, no compromise. Mr. Maferi and tech teams true. The future's coded by me and you. We innovate and see it through.
This is not
take all the time. Make it right.
I hate it. Oh my God.
The visions alive.
There's harmony in the world. Like, my ears are crying right now. I don't know. I might be weird. We all know I am weird. But my ears, like, when they just did that harmony, it sounded like a bell going off in my ears for a split second. Like, they just, like, hit a note that I do not like at all. I'm just finding this out now. I don't think I've ever heard this note before. I don't think anyone else has ever dared to put this note in a song. Probably because it has this very reaction. But it was just like, I literally, like, it made me like cringe for a second when I was like, what was that sound? See, this is why the robotic, it's like taking a robot and then also taking auto-tune, but then it also sings weird. And all these things mixed together can sometimes create like these noises. And I have very sensitive ears, so I pick up on all the noises. I know I'm deaf, but I also am sensitive, if that makes sense. When I do hear, I'm sensitive. So I don't know, some tones, I'm very tone sensitive. And certain tones, like, just really irk me. That was one of them. That was it there.
And it's the wait.
That was weird ending, and it's worth the wait. Like sometimes they make songs how I would make a parody song on them, which I do have several parody songs on them, so go and check some of those out. Sometimes I don't even have to parody. They're doing it just fine on their own. Seriously. Oh, okay, we have a shorter one. This one looks pretty inspirational. Oh my God, with the ad. By the way, I noticed, I meant to say this earlier. I noticed that Randy's video we never got an ad play, eh? We never got one ad during that 45-minute video. Which is weird, because usually he does monetize his videos. So, I was just wondering, did he forget? I think he might have. Oh, this is great. They're like in the ocean. I don't know why they're in the ocean. Maybe Red Red's boat went down. I don't know. Maybe it is the Titanic sinking. Maybe they've joined us with the meme. But this one looks really fun. Let's do this one. This is starting off like a Darman video. What is happening right now?
The anchor disguised as a lifeline. In a desperate struggle in the ocean,
this is what we want.
A drowning person might clutch at anything that floats. Even a heavy anchor disguised as a life preserver. This frantic grab for salvation, driven by panic and exhaustion, would only pull them deeper into the abyss. The very object they believed was their rescue becomes the instrument of their demise. Metaphorically, this occurs when individuals, overwhelmed by what they perceived as a failing venture or personal crisis, act out of sheer desperation rather than clear judgment. They eagerly grasp at the first apparent solution, often a risky shortcut or a too good to be true offer, believing it to be their necessary rescue. In their vulnerable state, they fail to see the hidden weight and true nature of what they are embracing. Case in point, those founders and affiliates.
Sometimes I feel like they're having a competition. Like, how can I say this sentence with the most words used possible? And I'm just like, why are we doing this? What is this sentence? What was that? Longest sentence ever. All these videos are just run-on sentences.
Are now rushing into those so-called life preservers because the ones tossing them are people that they recognized as someone they can trust. That's a big error in judgment, and they are going to regret who they thought.
I don't know. I don't know. It was like, what, a few weeks ago now? They all of a sudden, out of nowhere, switched into this style. And now it's like every single video is this style. And it kind of sucks, I gotta say. You know, it's funny to an extent, but I'm kind of like, where's our dancing diaper babies? And not all of them have to be like motivational inspiration, you know? It's a little much there, Bill Must. Just a little much. It's because of Ash's God's complex, sorry. Because of Ash's God complex. They need to feel like they're in the Church of Ash. That's what I've been calling it, the Cult of Ash. But yeah, like, it's so weird. It was just out of nowhere. I think they made like one video. In the first video they made like this, it was actually fucking funny as hell. We had never heard anything like it before. And it was ridiculous what the guy was saying. And he was like all inspirational. Like, it was just ridiculous. But it got a lot of views for them. For a content switch too, to be honest. And it's almost like they saw that and then said, this is what we're doing now for every single video. I gotta say, it's losing its effect, but I still think it's kind of funny. Because it's like, what are we being inspired for? To go and sit for another 3-hour webinar? Telling us that it's all coming soon? To not speculate or dream too hard? Just trust in Ash? I learned to read ads when I did a communications course. You take each shot and read it. Yep. Yep. You don't do whatever they do here.
Was a life preserver. Was actually an anchor. Unscrupulous people excel at painting anchors to look like saviors, preying on this vulnerability with promises of easy salvation. They offer desperate individuals exactly what they think they need quick cash, a guaranteed fix, or effortless success, while obscuring the devastating strings attached. This exploitation ensures that the victim, in seeking freedom, only shackles themselves to a new, deeper set of problems. The problem with certain founders and affiliates who are in situations
like the way that it will be like, to a new, deeper set of problems. Like, it's hilarious to me, right? Because if a person read that, they would know that that should probably all be in the same flow. And the stress should be at the end of the sentence, you know? But when you get the AI to do it, it like chops it up all weird almost. And it just like doesn't have the same effect, and it makes it funnier. I don't know why, it just does.
They think are drowning them, and they urgently need someone to help get out of those situations. The company that they think is not urgent enough to help them should also know that the designer of this company, Mr. Ash Mufarer, believes in patience with urgency. In the end, patience with urgency is the alignment of short-term actions with long-term values. It is the recognition that the most profound victories are not sprints, but marathons run with determined, consistent speed. It is the ultimate act of believing in a future that you are willing to work for, struggle for, and wait for, not passively, but with relentless, quiet urgency.
Quiet urgency.
Mr. Ash Mufarer
Mr. Ash.
and his company are the real life preservers.
Oh.
Not fake.
Ah. Oh my. That was so dramatic at the end. Yeah, no, we're not watching that. I'm good. That was so dramatic. So dramatic. That's me. I don't need to watch myself. Lord. The heck? Okay, hold on. I want to search for... We're looking for... Oh my. Alrighty. Let's see. Let's see. Da-na, da-na-na. Oh, bullshit, right? It's funny to me, though. I don't know why these are so funny. All right, we have another song. Oh, we have The Cost of Impatience. Oh, that was in between. All right, well, this is the video that goes with the song. I guess they're doing it like that. That's weird. We're doing it like that now? Okay. I mean, I guess. They used to put it at the end. Like they would put it at the end of the video. I guess they're trying to do shorter content, get more views or something.
Impatience forces rushed decisions, often leading to avoidable errors and unnecessary stress. It prioritizes immediate, fleeting gratification over lasting, meaningful achievement, sacrificing long-term potential for short-term haste. This relentless urgency creates a cycle of frustration, undermining both personal peace and professional progress. Mr. Ash Mufarer and his technology teams are giving all founders and affiliates the vast skills and technology knowledge that should make all of those who have been on this journey utter sighs of relief. Why? Because they will not be rushed into making decisions about his company based on pure speculation and impatience. They don't speculate, they innovate. They will not be rushed by making decisions based on other people's feelings and speculations. Speculation is the enemy of patience, as it trades certainty for a gamble on the unknown. It encourages acting on incomplete information or fear of missing out, bypassing the diligent waiting that true value requires. This impulsive action often locks one into a poor path, directly fighting against the steady, compounding rewards that patience cultivates.
Okay, see, like that was one of those sentences where I'm like, why are you saying it like that? What do you mean? Why are there so many words in this?
Without patience, one might abandon a promising endeavor right before a breakthrough, sabotaging their own success. This impulsive action can sever relationships, terminate projects, and liquidate investments precisely when holding steady would have yielded magnificent returns. The tragedy is that the greatest rewards are often found just beyond the point where impatience demands to give up. Impatience and speculation are the twin enemies of lasting success. Impatience pushes for quick, often poorly considered wins, while speculation encourages risky gambles. Without a solid foundation, both strategies bypass the necessary work that genuine achievement requires. True success is built through consistent, deliberate effort.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you, except for one thing. There are doomsday cults that have been going for like 20 years. Are they the most patient MLM cult, though? I would have to say yes. I don't know if there has ever been an MLM that has taken 8 years to launch before. I really don't. All that board is missing is strings. It's ridiculous. Why does it sound like Team Eminem now? I know. It went all crazy on us all of a sudden. It's insanity, this video.
And thoughtful planning. It requires the discipline to master fundamentals and the resilience to endure gradual progress. Avoiding the lure.
And that was just like 50 buzzwords thrown together, I swear.
Of shortcuts ensures your accomplishments are built on stable ground. By cultivating patience and basing decisions on research and analysis, Mr. Mufera and his technology teams make steady
research and what and who?
Sustainable progress. This disciplined approach allows them to build real value and weather inevitable market fluctuations. Ultimately, rejecting impulsiveness is what separates enduring success from fleeting pipe dreams. Mr. Mufera and your technology teams.
What team?
Please take all the time you need to make the vehicle you are using become what you have envisioned. Thank you for your patience.
I don't know, there's been a couple times in these where I'll be like, are they going to go for it? Because you think that they might rhyme a couple words. You're like, all right. Because I have turned a couple of them into actual songs that do rhyme. So then they're like, oh, they're going for it, and then they don't. And I've been disappointed twice today now by that. I just says thank you. It's like, Lord, thank you for your patience. We needed a whole inspirational video and then a whole song to say thank you for staying in our cult, even though we've given you no reason to stay here. Why would you stay here with us? You know what I mean? Why? There's almost no reason to. I mean, it's a little bit ridiculous. It really is. Honestly. So, yeah. I think that's pretty much it. Is there any more videos? Well, I do want to save at least one for tomorrow. So I think we will end it here. I checked to see if we could get into the meeting. I can't get into it right now. I don't know why. It's not allowing me on this browser. Maybe I got booted off of Zoom again. But either way, I have had a wonderful evening with all of you. I think this was a good stream. We got to do some LEV.AI and we got to do some on passive stuff. Felt like a stream where I was researching with you guys almost a little bit, you know, because sometimes that's how I research, is I just watch the videos too. So, you know, no outside voices. That's like something that you say to a bunch of kindergartners when they come in from recess. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's a weird way to put it, outside voices. Very culty. Very culty way of putting it, as always. And, you know, since we did do on passive today, I think we need to, like, end this with a good song. You know, we need to end this with the on passive song, I feel like. You got to do some in it to win it. But I want to thank all of you for hanging out with me. Next week, we will have another LEV.AI meeting. I'm sure we could do this once a week as well. At least. And we will check in with them and see, you know, how the first week of their launch has gone. And we will watch some of their training videos and see how that's going. Do another big LEV.AI. Tomorrow, we will be streaming only about on passive. And I am hoping to do the stream probably earlier in the afternoon. Just letting you guys know, it will probably be an afternoon stream tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. If you have not checked out my stream from last night and you want some more LEV.AI, because you're like, Queen, what are you talking about when you bring up the Larry and his facial expressions or whatever? I did stream them last night as well. And we sniped their Zoom last night, so you can go and check that out. I just, for some reason, it's not working on my system right now. It's like kicking me out. And I don't know if it's just because the meeting isn't working, or if they're not letting me in, or if my Zoom isn't working at the moment. And I probably won't be able to really look into it until I get off of here, but I'll also keep you updated on that if you want. But I hope that all of you have a fabulous, fabulous rest of your evening. Please do give this a like. Subscribe if you are new here. Think of joining our wonderful, amazing members. Then you get to come and hang out with us in the Discord. So you get to kind of see what we do behind the scenes. We don't really do much behind the scenes. We just kind of like A-log cults and scams in my Discord and joke about them and, you know, what you're supposed to be doing in Discords. So you can come hang out. Yeah, like I said, tomorrow afternoon I will see you all. Have a good night.
My name is Ash Mufara, and I'm your friend.
We're in it to win it. I'm never will die.
My name is Ash Mufara, and I'm your friend.
Damn dies, song does it.
I'm Mike Ellis, by the way.
Call me Reverend Jim Jones, okay? Let's go to Guyana, all right? No joke. If that's a call.
Hey.
And I'm your friend. And I'm your friend. My name is Ash Mufara. If you're rude, if you've been doubting or sighing or we know who you are.
Stop going there. She wants to be the first to make us look silly. Yeah, Queen of Karma's on there asking for a debate. That's the lady I brought on. Her debate was 3-minute Ash. And another Queen of Karma asking about why don't we answer the question about religion. I think we've answered that over and over again.
I've been answering them all morning long. It's not the answer you want, but only Reverend Jim Jones. Okay. Let's go to Guyana. All right, no joke.
All right, this is a great way to start your day. Come here and tune in to crazy men talking about their experiences. My name is Ash Mufari, and I'm your friend.
I'm Mike Elch, by the way.
And I'm your friend.
Stop going there.
Have a good night, everyone. Thanks for hanging out.
That negative YouTube channel has got more followers on it than I do on my YouTube channel. It breaks my heart.
And I'm your friend. My name's Ash Mufari.
Stop going there. Yeah, Queen of Karma's down there.
My name's Ash Mufari, and I'm your friend.
Let's go to Guyana.